Hello beautiful people. Welcome to Magic Bloodline. In today's episode, we explore, what if Sorting Hat refused to touch Harry's head and screamed about 53 dark curses placed since infancy by Dumbledore. Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Scream. The candles in the Great Hall had been burning for exactly 47 minutes when the Sorting Hat screamed. Not the dramatic, theatrical scream of someone performing distress for an audience. Not the exaggerated wail of a ghost trying to frighten first years. The Sorting Hat, ancient beyond any reasonable accounting of years, stitched together from the four founders' own robes, invested with more layers of protective and diagnostic magic than most of the Ministry's entire Department of Mysteries, opened its patched, leathery brim and produced a sound that made the stone walls of Hogwarts shudder. Every candle in the hall went out at once. The silence that followed was the kind that happens when 312 people all forget to breathe at the same moment. Harry Potter stood in the middle of the hall with the stool behind him and the hat on the floor where it had thrown itself, or been thrown, it was hard to say, and he looked at the hat on the flagstones, and then he looked at the 1,000 floating candles that had just gone dark, and then he looked at the high table where Albus Dumbledore had gone very, very still. Not startled still. Not surprised still. Known this was coming still. Harry noticed that. He filed it away somewhere behind his sternum, in the place where he kept things that were important but that he didn't yet have language for. The same place he'd filed the sound of cupboard locks clicking, the specific weight of hunger after 3 days, the precise quality of his cousin's laughter when something was about to go wrong for Harry specifically. He was 11 years old, and he had been filing things in that place for as long as he could remember. The candles came back. Not all at once, they stuttered back to life in clusters, like someone lighting them by hand in a hurry, which in a sense was accurate since the castle itself was apparently trying to recover its composure. The warm golden light returned to the hall in waves, and in that returning light Harry could see the faces of the older students and the teachers clearly enough to understand that whatever had just happened was not normal, not expected, and not something anyone had a prepared response to. The first years around him had gone rigid. A girl with bushy brown hair 2 spots to his left had both hands pressed flat against her thighs like she was physically restraining herself from raising one. A red-haired boy who'd been on the train, Ron, Harry remembered, Ron Weasley, was staring at the hat on the floor with his mouth slightly open, freckles very stark against a face that had gone pale. Professor McGonagall was already moving. She had crossed from the end of the teacher's table to Harry's position in the time it took the candles to relight, which meant she had essentially teleported in terms of what Harry had consciously registered, and she was crouching down over the hat with an expression on her face that Harry recognized as the controlled version of panic, the face adults wore when they were scared but had decided that being scared was not currently permitted. "Hat," she said quietly. "Hat, what? Do not," the hat said, "put me on that child's head." Its voice was different from when it had been sorting. Before, it had been theatrical, comfortable with itself, the voice of something that had been doing the same job for 1,000 years and found the repetition soothing rather than numbing. Now it sounded like, Harry searched for the right comparison and landed on, a dog who had put its nose against an electric fence. Still itself. But fundamentally altered by what it had just encountered. "What did you detect?" McGonagall said. "Minerva." The hat's brim moved, and it was impossible not to read it as the hat looking at her directly. "You should clear the hall first. Tell me what you detected." The hat was quiet for 1 second. 53 dark curse signatures, it said. Active. Layered. Architecturally integrated into the subject's magical core and physical body in a manner consistent with deliberate, repeated, long-term casting beginning in infancy. The Great Hall processed this in silence. Then everyone started talking at once. Harry didn't join them. He stood in the middle of the chaos, upperclassmen craning their necks, first-years clutching each other, teachers pushing back chairs, the ghost of a tall wizard at the Ravenclaw table having what appeared to be an actual crisis of spectral anxiety, and he felt something happening inside him that he couldn't immediately name. It wasn't fear exactly. It wasn't surprise exactly. It was more like, recognition. The specific feeling of a thing that you have always known without knowing, finally getting a name put to it. 53 dark curses. Active. Beginning in infancy. He looked at his hands. They looked the same as always. Thin, a little scarred across the knuckles, the right thumbnail slightly chipped from when he'd been trying to fix a loose fence post at the Dursleys last summer and slipped. He flexed his fingers once. Then he looked at the high table again. Dumbledore was standing now. He had risen from his chair with the slow, deliberate gravity of a man who had decided how he was going to handle this and was in the process of implementing that decision. His face was composed, serene, even. The long white beard, the half-moon spectacles, the particular air of benevolent grandeur that Harry had seen the moment he first entered the hall and had immediately, instinctively categorized as trustworthy. Harry looked at the composed face of Albus Dumbledore and filed it away next to the sound of cupboard locks clicking. "Headmaster," McGonagall said, and her voice had something in it that Harry had never heard in an adult's voice before. Not anger. Not fear. The specific sound of a person who has just realized they have been standing on a floor that may not be solid. "The hat says," "I heard what the hat said, Minerva," Dumbledore said. His voice was gentle. It was always gentle. Harry was just now, for the first time, noticing how consistently gentle it always was. "Please escort the students back to their dormitories." All students. He looked at Harry, and his blue eyes were warm and sad and full of something that was trying very hard to look like sorrow. "Harry, if you would accompany me." "No," Harry said. The word came out of him clear and flat, not rude, just definite, the way you might say no to a door that was stuck, not emotionally, just honestly. Dumbledore blinked. The benevolent expression shifted, fractionally, to something that was recalibrating. "I beg your pardon. I'd rather not go somewhere private with you right now," Harry said. He looked down at the hat on the floor. "Hat. What are the curse signatures? Can you describe them?" "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was still gentle, but there was something beneath the gentleness now, something Harry recognized from a completely different context, the way Uncle Vernon's voice went gentle right before it went very much the opposite. "This is a complex situation, and not appropriate for, it's my head," Harry said. "It's my body. And the hat said they've been there since infancy." He looked at the hat. "Please." The hat's brim moved again. When it spoke, its voice had gone very quiet, which somehow carried farther than shouting would have. "I will speak," the hat said. "That is what I was made for. To see, and to speak truly, and to place students where they belong. And what I am about to say is the truest thing I have said in 400 years, so I will ask that everyone in this hall listen carefully." It paused. "Because there will be questions about what I said, later. And I will say it now, clearly, in front of witnesses, so that there cannot be questions about whether I said it." The hall was completely silent. "The child standing before me," the hat said, "carries 53 distinct dark curse signatures woven into his magical and physical architecture. I can identify 48 of them by category. 17 are suppression curses, designed to limit and contain magical output. 9 are pain response conditioning curses, designed to associate certain emotional states with physical discomfort, training behavioral compliance. 11 are loyalty binding constructs, designed to orient the subject's instinctive trust toward a specific individual or individuals. 4 are compulsion frameworks, the specific design of which I will not describe to a public audience. 3 are structural integration curses, deep binding work, the most dangerous, which I strongly advise not removing without expert consultation as their removal without proper sequencing would likely be fatal. And the remaining 4 are surveillance constructs, designed to allow an outside party to monitor the subject's magical and emotional states in real time." The silence after this was a different kind of silence. Heavier. 48 of these 53 curse signatures, the hat said, share a magical resonance I recognize. Every curse cast by a witch or wizard leaves a unique magical fingerprint, as distinctive as a voice, as individual as a face. I have sorted students at this school for 1,000 years. I have touched every magical mind that has passed through these doors. I know the fingerprints of Hogwarts' most significant magical figures better than I know anything else in this world. Another pause. 48 of these curses were cast by the same individual. And that individual is present in this room. Harry watched Dumbledore. The headmaster's face was still composed, but his hands, both of them flat on the table in front of him, had gone still in a way that was distinct from ordinary stillness. The stillness of someone who was not moving because moving would be a mistake, not because they had no impulse to move. "Hat," said a voice from the Slytherin table, an older student, maybe a 5th or 6th year, "whose signature is it?" "That," the Hat said, "is the question, isn't it?" "Answer it," Harry said. The Hat's brim shifted toward him. "Are you certain, Mr. Potter? Once I speak this name, this hall, this castle, and every person in it will carry it. There is no taking it back." "I know," Harry said. "Answer it." A sound moved through the hall, not quite a breath, not quite a word. The anticipatory sound of 300 people already knowing what was coming. The magical fingerprint on 48 of the 53 curse signatures placed on Harry James Potter, the Hat said, clearly and without hesitation, matches the recorded magical resonance of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. 3 things happened at once. The first was that the hall erupted, not in screaming, exactly, but in the sound of 300 people all reacting differently to the same catastrophic information, which produced a wall of noise that was somehow worse than screaming would have been. The second was that Professor McGonagall sat down on the floor of the Great Hall. Not collapsed, not fainted, sat down, deliberately, with the careful movement of a person whose legs had submitted their resignation. She sat on the cold flagstones in her formal robes and stared at the middle distance and said nothing. The third was that Albus Dumbledore picked up his wand. Harry saw the wand come up and he did something he couldn't have explained afterward, he moved. Not away from Dumbledore, but sideways, putting himself behind the Hat, and he reached down and picked the Hat up off the floor and held it against his chest, and something happened when he touched it. A warmth, sudden and fierce, rushed up his arm from the Hat's brim, not a curse, not a spell, more like the feeling of something very old recognizing something it had been waiting for, and every candle in the Great Hall blazed 3 times brighter. Dumbledore's wand stopped moving. "What," the headmaster said quietly, "are you doing?" "Holding the Hat," Harry said. "Which is a witness. And which you were about to silence." "I wasn't, your wand was moving," Harry said. "I saw it move." The silence that followed had a very specific quality. The quality of a moment that a great many people would remember for the rest of their lives, positioned precisely where they were, 4th seat from the left on the Hufflepuff bench, standing in the doorway where they just arrived to see what the noise was, pressed against the wall near the teacher's table, for the rest of their lives. Dumbledore lowered his wand. "Harry," he said, and the gentleness was back, firmer this time, more weight behind it, the gentleness of something being applied rather than felt. "You have just received a significant shock. There is context here that you don't have. There are things I need to explain to you, things that will help you understand why you put 53 dark curses on an infant." Harry said. "Why I did what was necessary," Dumbledore said, "to keep you alive." "Right." Harry looked at him. Looked at him the way he'd learned to look at things in the Dursleys' house, the way you looked at a locked door when you needed to understand exactly what kind of lock it was, not because you could open it right now, but because information was the only resource you consistently had. "I'd like a healer, please. And a ministry representative. And I'd like them to come here, to the Great Hall, not to a private office." "That is, he's 11, said a voice. Everyone looked. It was Professor Flitwick, standing on his chair at the teacher's table with both small hands flat on the tablecloth, his face very pink. He is 11 years old and he has just been told he's been curse damaged since infancy. He gets to decide where this conversation happens. He gets to decide who is present. That is the law, Albus. Flitwick's voice was not loud, but it had the quality of something being nailed down. Specifically, the 1879 Student Protection Covenant, which you yourself advocated for ratifying. A pause. So. A healer. And a ministry representative. Here. Now. Dumbledore looked at Flitwick for a long moment. Of course, he said. Whatever Harry needs. Harry watched him say it. Watched the decision move across his face, not the decision to comply, but the decision to appear to comply, to take the longer road toward the same destination. He was 11 years old and he'd been watching adults make that face his entire life, and he knew it the way he knew the smell of rain coming. He held the hat a little tighter against his chest. "Thank you, Professor Flitwick," Harry said. Flitwick nodded at him once, sharp and decisive, and stepped off his chair and began moving toward the fireplace. The great hall never did fully settle after that. McGonagall eventually got up off the floor. It took about 4 minutes, and during those 4 minutes no one spoke to her, which Harry respected as an appropriate response to the situation. The first years were herded toward the corners of the hall in an uncertain clump, nobody having given them their houses yet, the whole sorting having been interrupted at the very last name. Ron Weasley appeared at Harry's left elbow somewhere in the 3rd minute and said nothing, just stood there, which Harry also respected. The girl with the bushy hair appeared at his right. "Hermione Granger," she said, extending a hand with the slightly formal air of someone who had decided that introducing yourself was the correct response to chaos. "I've read about the Student Protection Covenant." Flitwick was right about the 1879 date, but he missed the 1923 amendment, which actually strengthens your case significantly. Harry looked at her. "You've read the Student Protection Covenant?" "I read everything Hogwarts related that I could find," she said, entirely without apology. "Also, 48 of the 53 curses having the same signature means that the 5 unidentified ones might matter a great deal. Have you thought about that?" "Yes," Harry said. She nodded as though this confirmed something she'd suspected. "Good." She looked at Ron. "You're Ron Weasley. Your family has been close to Dumbledore for years." Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and seemed to decide that this was also not the moment. "Yeah," he said. "I'm not saying that to be unkind," Hermione said. "I'm saying it because it's information." "I know," Ron said. He looked at Harry. "You okay?" Harry thought about the question seriously, the way he'd learned to think about questions from adults who might be asking for strategic reasons, because the question deserved a serious answer. "I don't know yet," he said honestly. "But I think I will be." Ron nodded. "Okay." He glanced at the high table, where Dumbledore had resumed his seat and was speaking quietly with Professor Sprout. "He looks calm." "He was calm when the hat screamed too," Harry said. "He was calm before the hat screamed. That kind of calm is a thing you practice." Hermione's head swiveled toward him sharply. She looked at him the way people rarely looked at Harry, like she was revising something in real time. "Yes," she said quietly. "That's exactly right." The ministry representative arrived 22 minutes later through the fireplace in the teacher's lounge, soot-dusted and visibly off balance, wearing robes that suggested she'd been pulled from a dinner party rather than an office. She was a tall woman with sharp dark eyes and close-cropped hair, and she introduced herself as Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and when she entered the Great Hall and took in the scene, first years still in an uncertain cluster, McGonagall standing very straight near the fireplace with the specific posture of a person holding themselves together through structural tension, Dumbledore at the high table, and Harry Potter standing in the middle of the hall. Holding the sorting hat against his chest, she stopped walking and simply looked for a long moment. "Right," she said. "Nobody leaves. Nobody casts." She looked at Harry. "You're Potter." "Yes," Harry said. "Are you hurt?" "I don't know," Harry said. "That's part of the problem." Bones looked at the hat. "You screamed." "I did," the hat said. "In 400 years of being in this castle, Bones said. Have you ever screamed before? No, the hat said. 53 curses, Bones said. 48 of which carry the same magical signature, the hat confirmed. I am prepared to testify to this in a formal magical inquiry under any verification standard the ministry chooses to apply. I am an artifact of the founder's own making. I do not lie, and I cannot be obliviated, confunded, or imperieused. I am also, it added, with something that might have been a carefully ancient version of a dry tone, the only witness in this building who was present for every single one of those curse castings that I detected, in the sense that I can read the temporal layers. The oldest of these curses was placed approximately 10 years and 3 months ago. The most recent was placed approximately 6 weeks ago. Bones went very still. 6 weeks ago, she said. Yes, the hat said. 6 weeks ago, Bones repeated, and her voice was developing an edge. The child is 11. 6 weeks ago he would have been, living at number 4 Privet Drive, Harry supplied. With my aunt and uncle. Under Dumbledore's specific placement and instructions. Every head in the hall swiveled toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore set down his fork. He had, somehow, in the last 22 minutes, been served and had begun eating dinner, which struck Harry as either the most monstrous or the most impressive thing he'd ever witnessed, depending on how you looked at it, and looked at Amelia Bones with the expression of a man who had decided to be forthcoming. Amelia, he said warmly. There is context here that is absolutely vital to, Albus, Bones said. With respect, and I mean genuine respect, because you are genuinely one of the greatest wizards of this century, shut up. She turned back to Harry. There is a healing team coming. They were called the moment Flitwick's flu message reached the ministry. She walked toward him, stopped a few feet away, and crouched down so they were at eye level. I need you to understand something. The moment the hat spoke in this hall, certain legal protections activated automatically. You are considered an endangered magical person under active threat. That means your legal status changes. You have rights that supersede virtually every other consideration right now. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Harry looked at her. Her face was direct, no performance in it, no gentleness being applied like a tool. She was scared, he thought, not of him, but of what the hat had said, of the size of the thing she'd just walked into. But she was also, clearly, the kind of person who ran toward things she was scared of. You're telling me that right now, nobody can make me go anywhere I don't want to go, Harry said. And nobody can stop me from asking questions. That's a reasonable summary, yes, Bones said. Harry looked at the sorting hat in his arms. Hat. You said you can read the temporal layers. You can see when each curse was placed. With considerable accuracy, the hat confirmed. Were any of them placed before October 31st, 1981? A pause. A very specific pause that had a texture to it, the texture of something being checked very carefully before being said. Yes, the hat said. 14 of the 53 curse signatures predate that date. Harry did the math without being asked to. I was a little over a year old on October 31st, 1981. Yes, the hat said. So 14 curses were placed on me before I was 15 months old. Yes. What kind? Harry asked. From the categories you listed. What kind were placed first? The suppression curses, the hat said. The first 7 are all suppression work. The earliest I can date is approximately when you were 3 months old. The great hall had gone completely silent again. Not the shocked silence from before, a different kind. The silence of people doing the same arithmetic Harry had just done and arriving at the same answer. A 3-month-old infant. Ron made a sound that wasn't quite words. Hermione had both hands pressed against her mouth. Amelia Bones stood up slowly. She turned to face the high table. When she spoke, her voice was very quiet and very precise, the voice of someone who was, professionally, accustomed to saying difficult things clearly. Albus, she said. I am not going to arrest you tonight. I want you to understand that this is not because I don't have grounds. It is because doing so in front of 300 students would not serve the best interests of the child standing in this room, and his interests are what matters right now. She paused. But you will not leave these grounds. You will submit to magical monitoring. And you will not, she said, and her voice developed a hard, clean edge like the side of a blade, speak to this child alone. Tonight, tomorrow, or at any other point until a full inquiry has been completed. Do you understand me? Dumbledore looked at her. Then he looked at Harry. His blue eyes were warm and sad and full of something that Harry still couldn't name, something that was, he thought, probably genuine. The genuine feeling of a man who had made a decision and carried it forward for a decade and was only now, in this moment, watching the full shape of that decision appear. Of course, Dumbledore said. Whatever is best for Harry. Harry looked at him, say it. Looked at the composed face, the warm eyes, the particular quality of the sadness in his expression, the sadness of a man grieving his own choices from a safe distance, the sadness of someone who had already decided that what he'd done was worth it and was just performing the grief because the audience expected it. Headmaster, Harry said. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to him. Patient, warm, ready to be kind. Why 3 months? Harry asked. Of all the times. Why start at 3 months? No response came immediately. The pause stretched, and in the pause Harry watched the warm composure flex, very slightly, around the edges. That, Dumbledore said finally, is a conversation for when we have more privacy. No, Harry said. That's a conversation for right now, in front of witnesses. He looked at the hat. Hat, what do suppression curses do? Specifically. What would they have been doing to me at 3 months old? The hat was quiet for a moment, and when it spoke its voice had that same weight it had carried before, the weight of something that had decided the truth mattered more than the comfort of silence. Suppression curses placed in infancy, the hat said, would prevent the natural development and expression of magical ability. A child with very high innate magical capacity who is suppressed at 3 months old does not know they are being suppressed, they have no baseline for comparison. They simply grow up believing that what they experience is normal. The magic is still there. It is simply, a pause, boxed. Compressed. Waiting. And when the suppression is removed? Harry said. What happens? That, the hat said carefully, depends entirely on how much was being suppressed. And in my case? I would prefer, the hat said, with surprising gentleness, to have a professional answer that question. But I will tell you that in my 1,000 years of touching magical minds, I have never, not once, encountered a magical core of this density and depth in someone this young. Another pause. Or in someone this old. I would say it's unprecedented, but I suspect that word is insufficient. The healing team came through the fireplace 4 minutes later, 3 of them, in lime green healer robes, with portable diagnostic equipment that they set up in the center of the great hall with the practiced efficiency of people who had been told on their way out the door that this was not a normal house call. McGonagall directed the first years into seats at the nearest tables. Ron and Hermione didn't move from Harry's sides, and neither McGonagall nor Bones made them. The oldest of the 3 healers, a stocky wizard with a grey beard and the particular eyes of someone who had seen too much to be alarmed by new things, looked at Harry for a moment. Then he looked at the sorting hat still tucked under Harry's arm. Then he looked at the diagnostic array he'd just set up. I'm Healer Ogden, he said. Marcus Ogden. I've been a diagnostic specialist for 31 years. He paused. I want to be honest with you before we start, because you seem like someone who would appreciate that. What I'm about to run, this diagnostic, it's going to show us what the hat has already described. Probably more detail. And some of it is going to be difficult to hear. I know, Harry said. How do you know? Harry thought about it. Because it's been there my whole life. I just didn't have words for it. And having words for things is better than not, even if the words are bad. Healer Ogden looked at him for a long moment. Something shifted in his face, something careful and professional and practiced cracking, very slightly, at the edges. "All right then," he said. He gestured at the diagnostic array. "Let's get started." Harry walked toward it. Ron and Hermione walked with him, one on each side, without being asked. Behind them, Amelia Bones turned back to the high table. Dumbledore had resumed the gentle, sad expression. The composed posture. The air of a man grieving but certain of himself, the way only people who have decided they were right about something catastrophic can be. "Full inquiry, Albus," Bones said quietly. "Starting tomorrow morning." "As you say, Amelia," Dumbledore said. And Harry, walking toward the diagnostic array, heard his voice behind him and filed it away in the place behind his sternum, right next to the sound of cupboard locks clicking. The place where important things went when you couldn't act on them yet. He was 11 years old. He had been cursed before he could walk. And for the first time in his life, everyone in the room knew it. He set the sorting hat down on the nearest bench before stepping into the diagnostic ring. It seemed rude to hold it any longer. It had done its job, had done it clearly and without flinching, and he thought it deserved to rest. The hat settled against the wood of the bench, its brim moving slightly. "Gryffindor," it said, not loudly, directed at Harry with something in its voice that sounded, if you were listening for it, like an apology. "For the record. Despite everything. Or perhaps because of it." Harry looked at it. "Yeah," he said. "I figured." The diagnostic ring lit up around him, gold and blue, the professional colors of healing magic, warm and impersonal and precise. The three healers took their positions, wands out, and began to work. And in the golden light of the great hall of Hogwarts, with 300 students watching and a headmaster sitting very still at the high table and the most senior law enforcement official in Britain standing with her arms crossed and an expression of barely contained fury on her face, Harry Potter was seen, properly and completely, for the first time. Healer Ogden's wand moved in the first diagnostic pass and the air above Harry filled with light, not the subtle shimmer of ordinary diagnostic work, but a blazing, intricate architecture of interlocked curse structures, 17 layers deep, golden where it was his own magic and dark red where it wasn't, and the red was everywhere, threaded through everything, woven so deeply into the structure of who he was that it was hard, at first, to find the gold. But it was there. It was absolutely, undeniably there. Gold beneath the red, vast and patient and compressed and waiting, like something that had been told for 10 years that it was not allowed to be what it was. Healer Ogden stopped moving. Looked at what his diagnostic had produced. Looked at it for a long time. Then he looked at Harry, standing in the center of the ring, looking back at him calmly with his two old eyes in his 11-year-old face. "Son," Ogden said quietly. "I need you to know something." "What?" "Whoever you are without all this," Ogden said, gesturing at the blazing red architecture hanging in the air, "they are going to have a very hard time keeping up with you." Harry looked at the curse map hanging in the air above him, the map of everything that had been done to him before he could walk, before he could talk, before he could make a single choice about his own life. He reached up and touched the edge of the golden light with one finger. It was warm. It felt like his own heartbeat. "Good," he said. Chapter 2, The Unraveling the Diagnostic took 4 hours. By the time Healer Ogden called the first break, it was past midnight, the great hall had been cleared of everyone except essential personnel, and Harry had learned exactly what it felt like to have 3 professional curse diagnosticians treat your body like an archaeological site. Not painful, exactly. The diagnostic magic didn't hurt. But it was, intrusive in a way that had nothing to do with physical sensation, the way someone reading your diary out loud in a room full of people was intrusive. Each time Ogden's wand found a new curse layer and pulled it into the diagnostic display, Harry felt it, a faint tug, like a thread being pulled free of a weave, and then the sensation of something that had been part of the background noise of his existence being lifted away and placed where everyone could see it. The display above him had grown into something genuinely architectural. Hermione, sitting cross-legged on the Gryffindor bench 6 feet away with a borrowed quill and 3 sheets of parchment she'd gotten from somewhere, had stopped writing individual notes somewhere around curse number 22 and had started drawing a diagram instead. Her hand moved constantly, tracking the structure, the intersections, the dependencies. Ron sat beside her and said nothing, which was, Harry had decided in the last hour, Ron's most underrated quality. He didn't try to fill silences with reassurances that weren't true. He just stayed. "Break," Ogden said, lowering his wand. He rolled his shoulder once, twice, like someone who'd been holding the same position too long. The 2 junior healers, a young woman named Clearwater who'd gone pale about 2 hours in and hadn't recovered, and a stocky man named Thatch who dealt with things by becoming increasingly precise and clinical, both stepped back from the ring and breathed. Amelia Bones was still there. She hadn't sat down in 4 hours. She stood against the far wall with a parchment and a quick quotes quill that she'd clearly charmed herself, because it was keeping up with the diagnostic findings in real time and producing something that was already 12 feet long and showed no signs of stopping. Dumbledore was not in the hall. At some point around the 2nd hour, Bones had sent him to his office under a monitoring charm and a very politely worded instruction that had the legal weight of a direct order. McGonagall had escorted him. She'd come back alone, and she'd stood near the door since then, arms folded, watching the diagnostic display with the expression of someone reading a document that indicted them personally. Harry stepped out of the diagnostic ring and sat down on the bench across from Ron and Hermione. Ogden handed him a cup of water. Harry drank half of it and looked up at the display. 41 curses mapped so far, hanging in the air in their horrible, intricate architecture. Red threaded through gold like rust through iron. 17 suppression constructs forming the outermost layer, those he could see most clearly, a cage within a cage structure that had been built to contain and direct rather than destroy. Inside that, the pain response conditioning work, 9 separate constructs each tuned to a different emotional trigger, each one designed to produce a specific physical response, a flash of pain in his chest when he felt anger, a constricting headache when he felt genuine self-confidence, a sick twisting nausea when he considered his own death as something to resist rather than accept. Harry had stopped reading that section. "The pain response work," he said. "The headache one. Is that why I get headaches when I study for too long?" Ogden sat across from him, elbows on the table. "Describe the headache." "Starts behind my eyes. Gets worse when I feel like I'm getting good at something." Harry paused. "I always thought it was just eye strain." Ogden didn't say anything. His expression did it for him. "Right," Harry said. "The conditioning work is particularly refined," Ogden said, and his voice had the careful neutrality of someone who had decided that the only way through this conversation was professionalism. "Whoever did this understood the architecture of magical psychology at an expert level. These aren't blunt instruments. They're calibrated. The pain responses are specifically keyed to states of self-efficacy, confidence, competence, independence. The more capable you feel, the more uncomfortable you are. It's designed to make you associate your own power with discomfort." Harry turned his cup in his hands. "So every time I did something well, your own magic would punish you for it," Ogden said. "Yes." Ron made a sound. Hermione had stopped writing. "That's why the hat screamed," Harry said, not as a question, working it out. "It wasn't just the quantity of curses. It was, when it tried to enter my mind to sort me, it ran into all of this, and the hat is designed to engage with a student's magical mind directly," Ogden confirmed. "It would have encountered the full structure immediately. And the full structure includes surveillance constructs, which would have registered the hat's attempt to enter as an intrusion and activated defensive responses." He paused. "The hat essentially tried to walk through a door and found 53 locked rooms with alarms on them." "Screaming was probably the correct response," Hermione said quietly. "The 4 I haven't described yet," Harry said. "The compulsion frameworks. You said you wouldn't describe them to a public audience." He looked at Ogden steadily. There's no public audience right now. Just you, me, and people who are already in this. What are they? Ogden was quiet for a moment. He looked at Amelia Bones, who had crossed to the table and was listening with the parchment still rolling behind her. One of them, Ogden said slowly, is a martyrdom compulsion. It's designed to make sacrifice feel natural. Appealing, almost. When confronted with a situation that involves your own death as a possible outcome, rather than triggering self-preservation, it triggers a kind of peace. An acceptance. The great hall was very quiet. So when people say I have a hero complex, Harry said. It's not a complex, Ogden said. It's a compulsion. Deliberately placed. What are the other three? Harry asked. One is a trust-anchoring construct, Ogden said. It's designed to create an instinctive, pre-rational sense of trust toward a specific individual. The anchor target is embedded in the curse structure. I haven't identified the target yet, that comes in the second half of the diagnostic, but given the signature on 48 of these, I have a strong hypothesis. Dumbledore, Harry said. Yes. And? A performance limiter on wandless magic, Ogden said. You have wandless magical capacity. This construct is designed to prevent you from accessing it consciously. It allows unconscious expression, accidental magic, but blocks any deliberate attempt. He paused. Removing this one will be interesting. And the last one? Harry asked. Ogden and Bones exchanged a look. Ogden, Harry said. I'm not a child who needs protecting from information about himself. You are, technically, a child, Ogden said. I have been cursed since I was 3 months old, Harry said, not unkindly, just precisely. I have spent my entire life in a body that was designed to make me compliant and self-destructive and incapable of trusting my own abilities. I think I have earned the right to know everything in that display. Don't you? A pause. Ogden rubbed a hand across his face. He looked tired, deeply, personally tired, the kind of tired that had nothing to do with the late hour. The last compulsion framework, he said, is a death linkage construct. It's tied to the killing curse scar on your forehead, and it's the most complex piece of work in the entire array. What it does, in simple terms, is create a connection between your continued survival and the survival of a specific external magical entity. He stopped. You need to say the rest, Harry said. The construct is designed so that the permanent, final neutralization of a specific external entity, Voldemort, I assume, given the context, requires your death as a component. Ogden's voice was very level. Not a sacrifice in a noble sense. A component. A magical ingredient. The construct is designed to make your death necessary. Ron stood up. He walked 3 steps away from the table, stood with his back to them, and put both hands flat on the Gryffindor bench, breathing. Hermione had gone completely still. Her quill was hovering above the parchment and she was staring at the diagnostic display with an expression that Harry recognized, not grief, not horror, but the specific face of someone who had just encountered a problem of sufficient magnitude that their entire thinking apparatus had pivoted to engage with it fully. Harry looked at the display. Found the curse Ogden had just described, he could see it now, the deep-set structure near the center of the array, dark red and dense and architectural in a different way from the others. The others were restraints. Cages. This one was more like a mechanism. A trigger built into him and waiting. He built a kill switch into me, Harry said. That would be one way to describe it. Who does that? Harry asked, and it was a genuine question, not rhetorical. Who looks at a baby and thinks, I'll put a kill switch in it? Nobody answered that. Nobody had an answer that was bearable enough to say out loud. Harry looked at the display a moment longer. Then he looked at Bones. Can you remove it? He asked. All of it. Everything in that display. That's the question, Bones said. She came and sat at the table, the first time she'd sat down in hours, Harry noticed. Ogden? Most of it, yes, Ogden said. The suppression work, the conditioning work, the surveillance constructs, those can be removed with careful sequencing over several sessions. The compulsion frameworks are more complex. But the 3 structural integration curses are the problem. He looked at Harry directly. Those 3 are load-bearing. They're woven into your baseline magical architecture at such a fundamental level that they've become part of the structure. Remove them without the correct sequencing and the entire array destabilizes simultaneously. And if the array destabilizes simultaneously? Harry asked. Your magical core undergoes what we call cascade failure, Ogden said. It's the magical equivalent of every structural wall in a building being removed at once. The building comes down. I die, Harry said. You die, Ogden confirmed. But if we do it right? If we do it right, with expert sequencing and the right specialist, the 3 structural curses can be dismantled in order, the array comes apart cleanly, and you walk out of it fully yourself. Ogden paused. The problem is that the specialist this requires is specific. The level of curse-breaking expertise needed to safely dismantle that architecture is not common. I can think of exactly 3 curse breakers in Britain who could do it. Who? Bones asked. Myself, Ogden said. Though my specific expertise is diagnostic, not removal. Petra Voss at St. Mungo's, who is currently in the middle of an 8-week procedure that cannot be interrupted. And Bill Weasley. Ron spun around from where he'd been standing with his back to them. My brother, he said. Bill works for Gringotts. He does curse breaking for them. He's the best active curse breaker in Britain, Ogden said. He's 21 and he's already better than people who have been doing this for 30 years. He paused. I've seen his work. He's the one we need. Ron's face was doing something complicated, pride and terror wrestling each other in approximately equal measure. Can someone contact him? Bones asked. His mother will murder me, Ron said. Then he said, yes. Obviously yes. Of course yes. He sat back down. He looked at Harry. He'll come. He'll definitely come. Harry nodded. He looked back at the display. In the meantime. The surveillance constructs. The ones Ogden said allow someone to monitor my magical and emotional states. He looked at Bones. Does that mean someone has been watching me? Right now? Bones looked at Ogden. In real time, yes, Ogden said carefully. The surveillance constructs have been active and transmitting the entire time we've been doing this diagnostic. The implication of this landed in the room like a stone in still water. So Dumbledore, Harry said, has been watching this diagnostic happen. Almost certainly, Bones said. She stood up again. She walked to the doorway of the hall and put her head out. Harry heard her say something sharp and quiet to someone in the corridor, heard a door open and close. She came back. I've just had the monitoring charm on Dumbledore's office upgraded. He will not be able to communicate with anyone outside the castle until morning. Can you block the surveillance constructs? Harry asked Ogden. Without removing them? Shielding them, you mean? Ogden thought. Yes. Not indefinitely, but I can put a dampening ward over the constructs that will prevent transmission. It'll be like putting a bag over the camera. He paused. It may cause some discomfort, the constructs will push back against the interference. You may experience headaches. I already get headaches, Harry said. Ogden almost smiled. He picked up his wand and began the dampening work, and Harry felt it, the pushback, a sudden pressure behind his eyes, and then a silence he hadn't known was there until it stopped. Like a ringing in your ears that you've lived with so long you no longer hear it, until it stops, and in the stopping you realize how loud it had been. He put a hand over his eyes briefly. Okay. Hermione said. Yeah, Harry said. Yeah, actually. McGonagall moved for the first time in an hour. She came from the door to the table in a few measured steps and sat down at the far end, across from Bones. Her hat was slightly askew, which on McGonagall constituted a significant display of emotional distress. She folded her hands on the table and looked at Harry. I didn't know, she said. It wasn't an apology. McGonagall wasn't built for the kind of apology that was really a request for reassurance. It was a statement of fact, offered the way someone might offer evidence. Here is this thing, you should have it. I know, Harry said. That isn't enough, McGonagall said. I want you to know that I know it isn't enough. Harry looked at her. She was looking back at him with the particular expression of someone who has spent 40 years trusting an institution and has just found the rot at the center of it, and who is angry, not at Harry, not even entirely at Dumbledore, but at herself, for trusting, for not looking harder, for the specific failure of having believed that trustworthy people didn't require scrutiny. You're the deputy headmistress, Harry said. You're his, you've worked with him for how long? 38 years, McGonagall said. And you didn't know. Which means he was careful about you specifically. Harry looked at her steadily. That's not your failure. That's his. McGonagall's jaw tightened. Her eyes were very bright, and Harry was old enough in his experience of adults not crying to recognize the particular tension of someone who had decided they were not going to do that right now and was enforcing it through sheer structural willpower. You shouldn't have to be the one comforting me, she said. Probably not, Harry agreed. But I'm better at it than you are at the moment. Ron made a sound that was almost a laugh, cut off immediately. Hermione put her hand over her mouth. McGonagall blinked twice, and something in her face shifted, not into softness, exactly, but into a different kind of hardness, the kind that was on Harry's side. Right then, she said. What do you need? A room, Harry said. A real one. Not, I've been staying in a dormitory I haven't been assigned to yet, with people I don't know, and I'd like somewhere I can think. He paused. And I'd like Ron and Hermione to have access to it. If they want. McGonagall looked at the two of them. Ron nodded immediately. Hermione said, yes, with the precision of someone who had already made the decision and was confirming it. McGonagall nodded once. The castle has several guest quarters on the 3rd floor that are currently unoccupied. I'll have them prepared. She stood. I'll also need to speak with the Board of Governors in the morning. Tonight's events will require, McGonagall, Bones said, and something in her voice made everyone look at her. She was looking at her 12 feet of parchment. Before you go. I need to flag something. She looked up. The 5 curse signatures that don't match Dumbledore's fingerprint. I've been thinking about them. She looked at Ogden. Can you identify them in the second half of the diagnostic? Possibly, Ogden said. The signatures I haven't identified yet, I'd need to run them against Ministry Curse Registry records. We keep magical fingerprints on file for all registered dark curse practitioners. Historical ones too, going back about 200 years. Run them, Bones said. Because if one of those 5 signatures belongs to Voldemort, it does, Harry said quietly. Everyone looked at him. The one Ogden described, Harry said. The death linkage construct. The one tied to my scar. He touched his forehead briefly, the lightning bolt scar that he'd had for as long as he could remember, the scar everyone always looked at. I can feel that one differently from the others. The others feel like walls. Things placed around me. That one feels like it's from inside. Like it grew there. He looked at Ogden. Is that consistent with it being from the killing curse? Ogden was very still. Yes, he said. Yes, that's consistent with what we understand about the residual magic of a killing curse that fails. He paused. Which means whatever is in your scar is a remnant of Voldemort's own magic. Not just a remnant, Harry said. He wasn't sure how he knew this. He just knew, the same way he'd always known things that he had no logical mechanism for knowing, the way he always knew when something was about to go wrong, the way he'd known the night of the sorting that Dumbledore's stillness was different from surprise. It's more than a remnant. There's something there. Something alive. The silence stretched. Hermione was looking at him with her full, terrifying focus, the quill moving across the parchment without her apparently noticing. Something alive, she repeated. Like a fragment. A piece. Yes, Harry said, looking at her. That's theoretically possible, she said slowly, working it out, her voice dropping to the tone of someone solving a problem that was too big to be held steady. If, during the casting of the killing curse, if the caster's soul was sufficiently damaged, a fragment could attach itself to. She stopped. Looked at him. Harry. Yeah, Harry said. There's a piece of Voldemort in your scar, she said, because Hermione was the kind of person who said the thing out loud when the evidence pointed to it, regardless of how she felt about the thing. That would explain the death linkage construct, Ogden said, and his voice had gone very careful. If there's a soul fragment embedded in the scar, and the construct is designed to link your death to Voldemort's destruction, he stopped. Restarted. The construct isn't just designed to make your death a component. It's designed to use your death to destroy the soul fragment. Which would, if that fragment is what's anchoring Voldemort to life, be sufficient. A weapon, Harry said. He built me to be a weapon. Nobody corrected him. Nobody said no, that's not quite right, or let's not jump to conclusions. Because the display above the diagnostic ring was still glowing, all 41 mapped curses in their terrible, architectural precision, and the evidence was not ambiguous. Harry sat with that for a moment. The knowledge that his entire life, the design of it, the suppression of it, the conditioning of him to feel safe in sacrifice and punished for capability, had been oriented toward a single purpose. That he had been, from infancy, not a person being protected but an instrument being prepared. He sat with it, and he felt it, and he decided not to let it be the thing that defined what happened next. Okay, he said. Ron looked at him. Okay. I'm still here, Harry said. The weapon is 11 years old and sitting in Hogwarts and knows what it is. That changes the situation. He looked at Ogden. Can we start the second half of the diagnostic tonight? Or do you need more time? Ogden looked at him for a long moment. You understand we've been at this for 4 hours. You should rest. I'd like to know everything in that display before I sleep, Harry said. I'll sleep better knowing than not knowing. That, Ogden said slowly, is either the most mature thing I've heard an 11-year-old say, or the most troubling. Probably both, Harry said, and stood up, and walked back into the diagnostic ring. Healer Clearwater and Healer Thatch took their positions again. The display above Harry's head reorganized itself as the second phase of diagnostic work began, and in the reorganization the structure of the curses became briefly visible as a complete whole, all 41 mapped, the 12 remaining to be identified below them, and at the center of everything the thing in his scar, small and dark and dense and alive in a way that made the word wrong seem inadequate. Hermione had moved closer, parchment on her knee, and she was sketching the full structure now with quiet intensity, her bushy hair falling forward as she bent over the parchment. Ron had moved to her side, and he was watching the display with his jaw set and his arms crossed and the expression of someone who had decided that being frightened was not the right response and was actively choosing something else. Ogden began the second phase. The diagnostic ring flared blue-gold and the remaining curse structures began to surface, one by one, like objects rising through dark water. The first 3 were the structural integration curses, load-bearing, as promised. They were visible even to Harry as different from the others, deeper, older, threaded through the very foundation of his magical architecture rather than built over it. The way a supporting beam was different from a partition wall. He looked at them and understood, without Ogden saying it, why they couldn't just be pulled out. The next 4 were the compulsion frameworks. As each surfaced, Harry felt a faint corresponding sensation, the martyrdom compulsion surfaced with a strange warmth, almost comforting, the way something deeply familiar was comforting even if the familiar thing was wrong. He noted this carefully. The trust anchor came up next, and its target became visible as a faint golden line extending outward from the construct into the castle's magical architecture, pointing, unerringly, toward Dumbledore's office. "Can you see where it's pointing?" Harry asked. "Yes," Ogden said flatly. "I can see it." The wandless magic limiter surfaced with a sensation like a stone being turned over in his chest, and Harry felt the thing behind the limiter, the magic that had been blocked from conscious access, push against the suddenly visible constraint like water against a dam. He didn't try to push through it. He just noted it. The death linkage construct surfaced last among the compulsion frameworks, and when it came up fully into the diagnostic display it was visibly distinct from everything else in the array, darker, denser, with a texture that was simply not the same as the curse work surrounding it because it hadn't been made by a curse. It had been made by a killing curse's failure, by a soul-shattering, by the specific catastrophic magic of a man's attempt at murder being turned back on itself. It was Voldemort's work in the sense that Voldemort hadn't chosen it, it was the accidental residue of his most deliberate action. And Dumbledore had built the death linkage construct around it, using it, incorporating it into his design. Had known it was there, Harry thought. Had known about the soul fragment in his scar for 10 years and had built the kill switch around it and said nothing and placed Harry with the Dursleys and let him grow up under 17 suppression curses and 9 pain conditioning constructs and had come to King's Cross with warm eyes and a gentle voice and said, "I'm glad you're back in the wizarding world, Harry." The diagnostic ring went quiet. The display above him was complete now, all 53 curses mapped, the full architecture visible in its precise and deliberate and monstrous detail. 5 signatures remained unidentified. Ogden ran the registry comparison silently for 3 minutes. 4 of the 5 remaining signatures are from a single caster, Ogden said. His voice was doing the careful neutral thing again. Registry match confirmed. The caster is Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald, Bones repeated. He was Dumbledore's, Hermione started, and then caught herself. Close associate in their youth, Bones said flatly, which was one way to describe it. The curses from Grindelwald's signature, when were they placed? The earliest predates anything else in the array, Ogden said. Grindelwald's oldest curse on this child was placed when Harry was approximately 3 weeks old. He paused. Given Grindelwald's current location, he's been in Nurmengard prison since 1945, either these curses were placed with remote casting, which is extraordinarily advanced work, or there was a period when Grindelwald had access to the infant directly. He paused. Or someone had access to Grindelwald's curse templates and cast them on his behalf. The implication spread through the room like a cold draft. The 5th signature, Harry said. What's the 5th one? Ogden was quiet. The 5th signature, he said, doesn't match any registry record. It's not a known practitioner. He hesitated. The magical resonance is unusual. It's not, it doesn't feel like a deliberate curse, structurally. It's more like, a passive marker. Almost like a claiming construct. Very old design, pre-modern. I've only ever seen work like this in historical texts. What does a claiming construct do? Harry asked. It marks the subject as belonging to a specific magical entity or bloodline, Ogden said slowly. It's old magic. Very old. Before modern curse classifications. He looked at the diagnostic display, at the small, dense, ancient-looking signature in the lower left of the array. I don't know who cast it, or when, or why. But I can tell you it predates everything else in that display. It predates Grindelwald's work. It predates Dumbledore's work. He looked at Harry. It was the first thing placed on you. Harry looked at the ancient signature in the display. Something about it was different from the others had the quality of things imposed, walls built around him. This one felt more like, a label. A territorial marking. Something someone had placed on him not to cage him but to claim him for a purpose so old it predicated the person who'd ultimately been born to fulfill it. What magical entity, Harry said, would place a claiming construct on a bloodline before the specific person was born? A founder's line, Hermione said, very quietly, from behind him. Everyone looked at her. She had the expression of someone who was 7 steps ahead and was carefully deciding how many of those steps to say out loud. Or, a prophecy binding. If someone knew far enough in advance that a specific person would be born and would be significant, she stopped. Someone put a claim on your family's line before you were born, Harry. Not on you specifically. On the line you came from. Which line? Harry asked. Hermione looked at her parchment. Looked at the display. I don't know, she said. But I think that matters as much as anything else in that display. I agree, Ogden said. Harry stepped out of the diagnostic ring. He was tired, genuinely tired now in a way that had moved past the body and into something deeper, the fatigue of a person who has spent 4 hours watching the architecture of everything that was done to them revealed piece by piece. He was tired and he was angry, in the specific way he'd been angry his whole life, not hot, not explosive, but very deep and very still, like the gold in the display beneath the red. Patient. There. Ron handed him a cup of tea that had appeared from somewhere, probably summoned by one of the healers, and Harry took it and drank it and said nothing for a moment. What happens now? Clearwater asked. It was the first time she'd spoken directly in hours, and her voice had the quality of someone who had been holding a question back and finally couldn't anymore. Bones answered. Tonight, we document everything in this display under magical evidence protocols. Copies go to the Ministry, to an independent archive, and to a third location of Harry's choosing. She looked at Harry. Tomorrow morning, I begin the inquiry. Dumbledore will be formally questioned under Veritaserum. He'll resist that, Harry said. He can try, Bones said. The legal grounds are, there's no wiggle room here. 48 curse signatures matching his fingerprint, placed on a minor, spanning a decade. Veritaserum compliance is mandatory under child protection statutes. He knows that. She paused. He also knows that one phone call to certain members of the Wisengamot and the whole thing could get complicated, which is why I'm going to make sure those calls don't happen. She looked at McGonagall. I need your help with that. You have it, McGonagall said, without hesitation. It was the first time since she'd sat on the floor of the Great Hall that she sounded entirely like herself, direct, unambiguous, the voice of someone who had chosen a side and was done debating it. Ron, Harry said. Ron looked at him. Would your brother come? If I asked specifically? Yeah, Ron said. He'd come anyway. But if you asked, he'd come faster. He paused. He's going to be, Bill doesn't, he's going to want to help. It won't be about the attention or the story or anything. He's like that. Okay, Harry said. Can you write to him tonight? McGonagall, Ron said, looking at her, can I use the Olary? Come with me, McGonagall said. They went. The hall thinned, Bones sending her ministry team to begin the evidence documentation, Ogden and his healers beginning to compile their diagnostic record, Thatch producing a piece of equipment that would preserve the display's structure in a magically fixed format for evidence purposes. Hermione didn't go anywhere. She sat with her parchment in her lap and her sketched diagram of the curse array, and she looked at Harry. The claiming construct, she said. I want to research it. I know, Harry said. I'll need access to the restricted section of the library. McGonagall will get you in. I'll start tomorrow morning, Hermione said. Then she looked at him, really looked at him, the way she'd been doing since the Great Hall, the full focus look of someone who was also registering the person and not just the problem. Are you actually all right? Harry thought about it. I'm a weapon that knows what it is, he said. Which means I get to decide whether I'm still a weapon. He looked at the diagnostic display, the blazing architecture of everything that had been done to him, all 53 structures mapped and documented and no longer secret. That's more than I had this morning. Hermione was quiet for a moment. That's either the healthiest thing I've ever heard someone say, or the most alarming. Probably both, Harry said. Hermione almost smiled. I'm staying in this, whatever happens. I know, Harry said. That was obvious from the first 5 minutes. Was it? You started taking notes before the hat finished talking, Harry said. That's not someone who's going to walk away from a problem. She looked at him for a moment, this boy she'd known for approximately 6 hours, who had just spent 4 hours being diagnostically excavated in front of a hall full of witnesses and come out the other side with his jaw set and his eyes clear and absolutely no indication that he planned to let anyone else design what happened next. No, she said. It isn't. Outside, the castle was very quiet, the particular quiet of very late at night, when even the ghosts were subdued and the portraits slept and the staircases moved with their habitual slow dignity from one position to another as if following their own inscrutable schedule. The great hall's high windows showed no moon, just the deep blue-black of a clear September night, and the stars above the enchanted ceiling were very bright and very far away. Harry sat in the light of the diagnostic display, the mapped architecture of everything that had been done to him, and drank his tea, and looked at the third-floor window where Dumbledore's office was, and felt the silence where the surveillance construct's transmission had been. Nobody watching him right now. For the first time in his life, nobody watching. He found that he could breathe differently with that knowledge. Deeper. More fully. As though his lungs had always known they were supposed to be larger than what they'd been permitted. He looked at the display one more time. The gold under the red, vast and patient and waiting. Then he looked away and finished his tea, because there was nothing more to do with the display tonight. It had shown him what it needed to show him. Tomorrow there would be Bill Weasley and Veritaserum and an inquiry and the rest of it, all the noise and machinery of consequence. Tonight there was just the quiet, and the stars, and the first fully private moment Harry Potter had ever had in his life. He sat in it for a while, just to know what it felt like. Chapter 3, The weight of knowing. Bill Weasley arrived at 7:15 in the morning covered in Egyptian dust and looking like someone who'd been pulled out of a tomb at 4 a.m., which was precisely what had happened. He was tall, with long red hair tied back and a dragon-hide jacket that had seen better decades, and he walked into the hospital wing where Harry had been moved in the early hours of the morning with the specific energy of a person who had been briefed on the journey and was using the travel time to get from shock to functional. He had a dragon-hide satchel over one shoulder and a battered Cursebreaker's kit that clinked softly when he moved, and he stopped just inside the door and looked at Harry in the bed, not injured, just resting under Ogden's monitoring charms, and then at the diagnostic display that Thatch had preserved in fixed form and propped against the far wall, and he stood there for a solid 30 seconds just looking at it. Ron wrote me a 2-line letter, Bill said finally. He said, "Come to Hogwarts, it's Harry Potter. Bring your kit, it's bad." I assumed he was being dramatic. He wasn't, Harry said, sitting up. No, Bill said, looking at the display. He really wasn't. He set his satchel down and crossed to the display and stood in front of it with his arms crossed and his head tilted slightly, the way a craftsman looked at a piece of work, not admiring it, just reading it. His eyes moved over the structure with the quick, practiced efficiency of someone whose entire professional life was understanding the grammar of other people's dangerous constructions. After about 2 minutes he said, without turning around, whoever built the outer suppression layer was working from the Borgin architectural model. Pre-war. Very clean line work. He pointed at a section of the display. These intersections here, between the suppression constructs and the pain response conditioning, that's intentional. They reinforce each other. The more the suppression is strained, the sharper the pain response. Elegant, if you want to use that word for something. He stopped. Turned around. Looked at Harry with brown eyes that were trying very hard to be professionally detached and failing in the specific way that Weasleys failed at things, visibly, warmly, without apology. "You're 11, Bill said." "Everyone keeps saying that," Harry said. Everyone's right to. Bill pulled a chair to the side of the bed and sat in it backwards, arms folded over the top rail, and looked at Harry with the direct attention of someone who had decided that the most useful thing he could do right now was understand the person, not just the problem. How much do you know about what's in that display? Everything, Harry said. Ogden walked me through all of it last night. Including the 3 load-bearing structures. Yes. And the death linkage construct. Yes. Bill was quiet for a moment. You slept. A few hours, Harry said, which was almost true. He'd slept 2 hours between 4 and 6, which was approximately 2 hours more than he'd expected to manage. The hospital wing was very quiet at night and nobody had come to bother him, and he'd lain in the clean white sheets and listened to the castle breathe, which was what Hogwarts did, if you were quiet enough to notice, a slow, deep, structural settling, like something very old being comfortable in itself, and had found it, unexpectedly, soothing. I'm going to need to do my own diagnostic, Bill said. Ogden's work is excellent, but I need to understand the structure myself before I touch anything. That'll probably take most of today. He paused. The load-bearing structures, do you want to know what my process will be before we start? Or do you want to trust me to handle it? I want to know, Harry said immediately. Good answer, Bill said. Because your active participation actually matters for this work. The Cursebreaker can map the structure, but you're the one who lives in it. You'll feel things in the process that I can't detect externally. He looked at the display again. Are you in pain right now? Any of the conditioning constructs active? Harry checked, the specific internal inventory he'd been doing unconsciously his whole life and had only last night gotten a language for. The headache was there, a low familiar pressure behind his eyes that had been there so consistently he experienced its absence, from when Ogden had dampened the surveillance constructs, as startling. The chest constriction was quiet at the moment, that one tended to activate when he felt confident about something, and at the moment he felt too much of everything to identify confidence specifically. The headache, Harry said. It's always there. Bill nodded. He opened his kit on the bed beside Harry and ran a brief preliminary scan, quicker and more tactile than Ogden's work, his wand moving in short, assured gestures, the way someone used a tool they'd been working with for years. That's the suppression strain, he confirmed. The suppressors are working harder than usual because of last night's diagnostic. The array got partially disturbed by Ogden's examination. Nothing dangerous, but your magic is pushing against the outer suppression layer harder than it normally would because it got shown a gap. He looked up. Think of it like someone lifting the lid off a box to look inside. The contents start moving toward the opening. Can you reduce the strain without removing anything? I can stabilize it, Bill said. Which I'll do first. He reached into his kit and produced a small stone disc with runes carved into it, pressed it briefly against Harry's palm, and said something in what Harry thought might be Coptic. The headache reduced by about a third, like a volume knob being turned. That's temporary, maybe 8 hours. But it'll make the secondary diagnostic more accurate. The door to the hospital wing opened. Madame Pomfrey entered first, looking like a woman who had been told about last night's events at approximately 6 a.m. and had spent the intervening time marshalling a very specific kind of righteous professional fury. Behind her came McGonagall, who had clearly not slept, wearing fresh robes but with her hair slightly less precisely pinned than usual. And behind McGonagall came Severus Snape, who looked exactly the way Severus Snape always looked, which was to say, like a man who existed in a state of controlled, permanent displeasure with the universe and had made his peace with it. Harry looked at Snape with the frank curiosity of someone who had no history with him yet, no accumulated resentment, just the clean slate of a first impression. What he saw was a man in his early 30s who looked at least 10 years older than that, with the specific exhaustion not of sleeplessness but of long-term weight. There was something about the way Snape looked at the diagnostic display on the wall, not the careful reading of Bill's professional assessment, not the shocked freeze of someone encountering unexpected horror, but a very still, very controlled recognition, that Harry filed away immediately. He knows some of these, Harry thought. He's seen this work before. Mr. Potter, Snape said. His voice was exactly as Harry might have imagined from the man's face, low, precise, carrying the particular register of someone who had learned very early that volume was a waste. I understand you refused Madame Pomfrey's sedative last night. I didn't want to be unconscious in a building where the person who cursed me was still present, Harry said. A fractional pause. Reasonable, Snape said, which seemed to cost him something. You were Dumbledore's student, Harry said. And then his colleague. And you've been looking at that display for 30 seconds and you're not surprised by what's in it. McGonagall looked sharply at Snape. Snape looked at Harry, and Harry looked back, and there was a moment, brief, specific, the kind that mattered, where the mask of controlled displeasure shifted just enough to show what was behind it, which was not coldness but something that had gone through cold and come out the other side into something complicated and old and tired. Not entirely, Snape said. Severus, McGonagall said. Minerva, he said, and his voice was quiet. I knew about the suppression work. Not the full scope. Not 48 signatures. He looked at the display. I knew about the outer suppression layer because the theoretical framework for it was something I provided. Years ago. When I was 17 years old and thought I was being useful. He said the last word with a precision that rendered it an act of self-evisceration. I did not know it would be applied to an infant. I was told the theoretical application was for a different purpose. The room was very still. You helped design the suppression framework, Bones said from the doorway, where she had apparently appeared at some point in the last minute, because Amelia Bones went where evidence led and didn't particularly require an invitation. She had her ever-present parchment and the bright, relentless attention of a person built for prosecution. At 17. The theoretical foundation, Snape said. I was a prodigy of dark curse theory at 17. It was not something Dumbledore discouraged. He looked at the display. When I saw the suppression work in the display last night, Minerva showed me the record this morning, I recognized the architectural approach. It's a refinement of a theoretical model I wrote as a 7th-year project. He paused. Refined significantly. Applied with a sophistication that goes beyond what I understood at 17. His eyes moved to a section of the display. But the foundation is mine. Harry looked at him. Snape was still looking at the display, and there was something happening in his face, not the controlled professional mask, not performance, just the specific quality of a person staring at something they made and watching it be used in a way they cannot undo. You didn't know, Harry said. Snape's gaze moved to him. No. But you knew enough to know something was wrong, Harry said. At some point. A pause that was longer than a pause should have been. Yes, Snape said. I suspected the suppression theory had been applied practically. I didn't know to whom. He looked at Harry and something in his expression shifted again, the complexity getting older, heavier. I should have pushed harder for that answer. Yes, Harry agreed, simply, not cruelly. But you're here now. Snape blinked. It was a small thing, barely perceptible, but Harry had spent his life reading the micro-expressions of people trying not to show things and he caught it, the faint, involuntary response of someone who expected punishment and received a door left open instead. Indeed, Snape said. Can you help with the removal? Harry asked. Snape looked at Bill, who had been watching this exchange with the expression of someone recalibrating several assumptions in real time. Weasley's the Cursebreaker, Snape said. The removal is his domain. But understanding the theoretical framework the suppressors are built on would help, Bill said, looking at Snape with the direct assessment of one craftsman evaluating another. If you can explain the original model, the architectural logic, I can work faster and safer. Snape looked at Bill for a moment. How good are you? Better than anyone else you can get, Bill said, without ego, just fact. Snape nodded once. Then yes. I can help with the theoretical framework. Madame Pomfrey, who had been standing near the door with the expression of someone who had processed approximately as much as she could process and was now operating on the stable platform of professional function, stepped forward and looked at Harry with the assessing eyes of a woman who had been patching up Hogwarts students for 30 years and knew exactly what a child who wasn't saying how they were feeling looked like. "Eat something," she said, and produced a plate of toast and a glass of orange juice from nowhere in the specific way that hospital wing healers produce things, as though comfort food materialized in response to need. She set it on his bedside table. "You'll eat that before anything else happens." "Yes," Harry said, because of all the things being offered to him this morning, this was the simplest to accept. He ate the toast. It was good toast, the kind made by a castle that understood its students at a molecular level, slightly sweet and very warm. Ron appeared in the doorway while Harry was on his second piece, bleary-eyed and still in pajamas with a Chudley Cannon's logo on the chest, and walked in and sat in the other chair and stole a piece of toast without asking, which felt, in some fundamental way, like exactly the correct behavior. Hermione arrived 3 minutes after Ron, already dressed and carrying 2 books and her parchment, and she looked at the room, Harry eating toast, Bill setting up his diagnostic kit, Snape studying the display with his arms folded and his expression closed and precise, McGonagall and Bones in quiet urgent conference near the window, and she looked at Ron. "Did you sleep?" she asked him. "A bit," Ron said. "You?" "Not much." She sat down on the end of Harry's bed without ceremony. "I went to the library at 5. Madame Pants wasn't there but the door was unlocked and there were lamps already lit." She paused. "I think the castle knew I needed to get in." "The castle does that," Bill said from across the room, not looking up from his kit. Hermione opened one of her books. It was thick, with a faded spine, and Harry caught the title, Ancestral Claim Magic, Pre-Modern Constructs and Their Descendant Effects. "The claiming construct on your magical line," she said, looking at Harry. "I found a section on blood claim castings in pre-Hogwarts magical traditions. There are 3 types of old blood claiming constructs in the historical record. The first is a protective claim, a family or bloodline marked by a specific magical entity for protection. The second is a service claim, a bloodline bound to serve a specific magical purpose or lineage." She looked up. "The third is a sovereign claim." "What does that mean?" Ron asked. "It means the magical entity that placed the claim is asserting that the bloodline belongs to a sovereign magical tradition," Hermione said. "Not serving it. Not under its protection. It means the bloodline is the tradition, or its legitimate heir." She turned to a page in the book and held it out toward Harry. "The specific rune pattern I sketched from the display last night, look." Harry took the book. The page showed an illustration of an ancient claiming construct, with the rune pattern described in precise detail, and beside it a list of historical uses. He read it quickly. His eyes stopped on a section midway down the page. "Merlin's line," he said. "The last verified sovereign claim was placed on the bloodline of the Peveril family," Hermione said. "Approximately 800 years ago. The Peveril line produced the Ignotus Peveril branch, which is the direct ancestral line of the Potters," Snape said, from across the room, without turning around. Everyone looked at him. He was still looking at the display. "The Potter family is descended from Ignotus Peveril," he said. "It is not a secret. It is in standard genealogical records for the sacred 28 bloodlines, though the Potters were always considered half-blood enough to make the connection politically awkward." "So the claiming construct on Harry's line," McGonagall began. "Is a sovereign magical claim on the Peveril bloodline," Hermione said. "Which means Harry is, legally, under old magical law, which predates the Ministry and is still technically valid, he is the sovereign heir to the Peveril magical tradition." She looked at Harry. "Which is the tradition that produced the Deathly Hallows?" The room absorbed this. "Right," Harry said. He handed the book back to Hermione. "Set that aside for now. It matters but it's not what we're dealing with today." "It might matter more than you think," Hermione said, but she set the book down. "I know," Harry said. But Bill has a diagnostic to run and there's a Veritaserum inquiry downstairs and I'd rather do this in order. He looked at Bill. Ready when you are. Bill looked at him with an expression that was, Harry thought, becoming familiar, the expression people got when they expected a frightened child and encountered something else. Yeah, Bill said. Let's start. The secondary diagnostic was different from Ogden's work. Where Ogden had been thorough and methodical, building the picture piece by piece, Bill's work was, almost conversational. He moved around Harry with his wand and his kit and talked as he went, pointing things out, asking Harry to confirm sensations, building a tactile map of the curse array that was as much felt as seen. This suppression cluster here, Bill said, indicating a section of the array. When I press on it, what do you feel? Harry felt Bill's diagnostic charm brush against something in the back of his magical awareness and described the sensation, a tightening, like a fist closing, spreading up through his chest. Good. And if I released the pressure, the tightening eased, and in its wake came a surge of warmth from somewhere very deep, immediate and then cut off again as the suppression resettled. Like a fire in a sealed room catching a brief draft and flaring before the door closed again. I felt it, Harry said. I saw it, Bill said, and his voice had a quality of satisfaction in it that was purely professional. Your magic responds immediately when the suppressors are disturbed. The core density is, he stopped. Move to a different position. Okay, this is the interesting part. The load-bearing structures. I'm just going to map them, not touch them. Tell me if you feel anything change. Harry nodded. Bill spent 40 minutes on the load-bearing structures alone, moving around them with the careful, patient attention of a man diffusing something, noting intersections and dependencies and the specific ways the three constructs anchored into the rest of the array. Snape stood at his shoulder for the last 20 minutes and said things quietly, technical things about architectural logic that Harry didn't entirely follow but that Bill clearly did. He nodded, asked sharp questions back, adjusted his mapping. They had stopped being antagonists approximately 15 minutes in. Harry watched this happen, the specific social chemistry of two people who were very good at the same difficult thing, recognizing each other across a room full of not particularly useful history between their families. By the end of the load-bearing mapping, Bill and Snape were pointing at sections of the display and talking with the fluid shorthand of people who shared a technical vocabulary, and the Weasley-Snape history was entirely irrelevant to both of them. Ron watched this with an expression that suggested he was going to need some time to process it. At 9:45, McGonagall came back in from wherever she'd been and said, quietly, the inquiry is beginning downstairs. Bones wants you present, Harry. If you're willing. Harry looked at Bill. Take an hour, Bill said. I'll keep working on the mapping. Harry swung his legs off the bed, put on his shoes, and stood up. The diagnostic ring stabilization charm Bill had placed on him earlier had reduced the headache to a background murmur, and he felt, not well, exactly, but functional. Functional in the way of someone who knows what's wrong with them and has people working on it and has decided that that's enough to stand on. I'm coming, Hermione said, from the end of the bed, already standing. Me too, Ron said, from his chair. They went downstairs together. The inquiry was being held in McGonagall's office rather than Dumbledore's, a deliberate choice, Harry understood, since Dumbledore's office was Dumbledore's territory in more ways than architectural, and Bones was not interested in fighting that battle unnecessarily. McGonagall's office was austere and practical and had the quality of a room where things happened rather than a room where impressions were made, tartan and stone and the faint smell of old parchment and the quiet tick of a clock on the mantelpiece. Dumbledore was already there when they arrived. He was sitting in the chair facing McGonagall's desk, not his usual high-backed throne but an ordinary visitor's chair, which Bones had chosen specifically, Harry suspected, and he sat in it with the relaxed, upright posture of a man who had decided to project ease and was doing it well. The white beard was impeccable. The half-moon spectacles were polished. He was wearing robes of deep purple with silver trim, and he looked like what he always looked like, the most trustworthy person in any room he entered. He looked at Harry when Harry walked in, and his expression was warm and genuinely sad and complicated. Harry looked back at him with no expression at all. Bones was behind McGonagall's desk. Two ministry officials Harry didn't know were positioned near the walls, and a pensieve sat on the desk's corner, and beside it a small glass vial of Veritaserum that had the ministry seal on its stopper. Harry, Bones said, when he'd taken his seat, she'd arranged 4 chairs in a row to the left of the desk, and he sat in the nearest, with Ron and Hermione to his right and McGonagall at the far end. You should know that as the injured party, you have the right to ask questions directly during this inquiry. You're not required to, and everything will be documented regardless, but the right is yours. I know, Harry said. He'd read the 1879 Covenant after Hermione mentioned it last night, in the 2 hours before he slept. I'll ask directly. Dumbledore's gaze moved to him briefly. Something in it shifted, not surprise, not displeasure. The specific quality of a man updating his understanding of a situation. Bones administered the Veritaserum with the brisk efficiency of someone who had done this many times. Dumbledore accepted it without protest, tipping it back and waiting for the characteristic glazed quality to settle into his eyes, not fully blank, not robotically distant, but softened around the edges the way someone looked when the self-editing mechanism had been removed. State your name for the record, Bones said. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Dumbledore said. When did you first place a curse on the child known as Harry James Potter? When he was 3 months old, Dumbledore said, in the same voice he always used, warm and measured, which was somehow worse under Veritaserum than calculated delivery would have been. This was just how he sounded when the editing was gone. What was the nature of the first curse? A magical suppression construct. Double-layered. Designed to prevent the emergence of his magical ability at its natural rate and magnitude. Why? Because the full expression of his magical ability at a young age would have drawn attention, Dumbledore said. From Voldemort's remaining supporters. From Voldemort himself, if he returned. A child of that magical density, expressing freely, it would have been a beacon. And the subsequent suppressors? Bones asked. There were 17 in total. Added as he grew, Dumbledore said. His magical core expanded faster than anticipated. The early suppressors required supplementation. Faster than anticipated, Harry said, from his chair. Bones glanced at him and nodded slightly. You anticipated how fast my magic would grow. Dumbledore's softened gaze moved to him. Yes. How did you know what to expect? The prophecy, Dumbledore said. And other sources of knowledge about your lineage. The Peveril claim, Harry said. A pause, very brief. Under Veritaserum, Dumbledore's pauses were the small, involuntary kind that happened when a complex truth required routing. Yes, he said. I was aware of the ancestral claim on the Potter bloodline. For how long? Since before you were born, Dumbledore said. Since before your parents were born, in fact. The claim is documented in historical records I have studied extensively. And what did you understand the claim to mean? That the magical capacity of the Potter bloodline, expressed in a child born under the conditions described in the prophecy, would be extraordinary. Dumbledore said the word carefully. Extraordinary to the point of being unprecedented. And therefore extraordinarily dangerous to allow to develop without management. Management, Harry said. He kept his voice level, the way he kept everything level when it mattered. That's a word. Dumbledore's expression had the softened, unguarded quality of Veritaserum compliance, and beneath the warmth and sadness there was something Harry couldn't look away from, something that was genuinely convinced. Not a monster who had wanted to hurt a child. A man who had looked at an unprecedented magical situation and made a calculated decision and had never, in 10 years, spent a single morning doubting that the calculation had been correct. That was, Harry thought, almost worse. Why the pain response conditioning? Harry asked. To redirect, Dumbledore said, and the Veritaserum made the architectural honesty of the answer land without softening. If you associated your own magical capability with discomfort, you would be less likely to seek out its development actively. Less likely to come to the attention of individuals who might try to use that capability for their own ends. A pause. Less likely to become something that could not be managed. By you, Harry said. By anyone, Dumbledore said. By anyone who was not prepared to understand what it meant. And you were the one who got to decide who was prepared, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. The room was quiet. The death linkage construct, Harry said. The one designed to use my death as the mechanism for destroying Voldemort's soul fragment in my scar. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. When did you know about the soul fragment? The night your parents died, Dumbledore said. When I retrieved you from the wreckage. I ran a diagnostic and found it immediately. He paused. I understood immediately what it meant. That Voldemort had made Horcruxes. That the fragment in your scar was one. That its destruction was necessary for his final defeat. And rather than finding another way to destroy it, Harry said, you decided the most efficient approach was to design my life so that I would be willing to die at the right moment. To ensure, Dumbledore said, that when the moment came, you would choose it. You built a compulsion into me to make sure I'd choose it. I provided reinforcement, Dumbledore said, and under Veritaserum even his self-deception was visible as self-deception, the slight strain in the word reinforcement, the way a man says a word he chose because it doesn't sound like what it is. The choice would still be yours. A choice you engineered from the moment I was 3 months old, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him, and under the Veritaserum something entirely unguarded crossed his face, not quite pain, not quite doubt, but something in between. The specific expression of a man encountering the gap between what he intended and what he did, expressed in the face of the person who lived in that gap for 11 years. Harry, I'm not finished, Harry said. The loyalty binding. The trust anchor. That was designed to make me trust you specifically. Yes. So even if I had somehow found out about the other curses, Harry said, I would still feel compelled to trust the person who placed them. Yes, Dumbledore said, very quietly. That, Harry said, is the one I find hardest to forgive. He said it the way he said everything, level, clear, not theatrical. Not a performance of hurt but the simple accounting of a person who was telling the truth about something that mattered. Dumbledore's expression changed. This was the one that reached him, past the Veritaserum smoothing, past the composed sadness, into something that was more raw and less rehearsed. Because the suppression and the conditioning and even the death linkage could be rationalized as protection, as strategy, as the cold calculus of war. But the trust binding, the construct designed to ensure Harry would trust the person responsible for all the rest, that one was purely self-protective. That one was about maintaining control, not protecting a child. And Dumbledore knew it. Harry could see that he knew it, had probably always known it, and had made the choice anyway. Why the Dursleys? Harry asked. Lily's blood, Dumbledore said. Her sister's house constituted the strongest blood protection available to you. The ward would prevent any magical attack by Voldemort or his servants. I'm not asking about the magical reasoning, Harry said. I'm asking why them specifically, knowing what they were. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. Did you know what they were? A pause. Under Veritaserum, the pause was the answer. I had reports, Dumbledore said. Arabella Figg was placed in the neighborhood specifically to observe your welfare. And her reports? Harry asked. Were, not as detailed as I would have wished, Dumbledore said. Or they were detailed enough and you decided that what you needed outweighed what I needed, Harry said. No answer came to that. Veritaserum prevented lies of commission but it could not compel speech, and Dumbledore simply looked at Harry with the complicated, war between himself expression of a man whose silence was the answer. McGonagall's hands were flat on her knees and her jaw was so tight Harry thought her teeth might crack. That's enough, Harry said. Not to Dumbledore, to Bones. I don't need more from him today. Bones looked at him. You're certain? I know what I needed to know, Harry said. The rest is for the inquiry record. You don't need me for that. He stood up. He looked at Dumbledore one last time, the old man in the ordinary chair under the Veritasierum's gentling influence, looking back at him with warm sad eyes and the specific expression of a man who had, in this room, in these 40 minutes, finally seen the full shape of his own choices without any narrative to soften the edges. I want you to know something, Harry said. Dumbledore waited. I'm not going to die for you, Harry said. I'm not going to die for the prophecy, or for the plan, or for the version of the war you mapped out before I was born. That was never my choice to make, and you knew it, and you built machinery to take the choice away from me. He paused. But I'm going to take care of the Voldemort problem. Not because you need me to. Not because the construct in my scar makes sacrifice feel peaceful. But because it's the right thing to do, and because I get to decide what I do with my own life, and that is what I'm deciding. He looked at Dumbledore for one more moment. On my terms. He walked out of the office. Ron and Hermione were 2 steps behind him, and neither of them said anything in the corridor, which was correct. They went back upstairs. Bill was where they'd left him, deep in his mapping work, the diagnostic display reorganized into a working diagram that covered an entire wall now, with Bill's own notation in green chalk marking the load-bearing structures and their dependencies. How'd it go? Bill asked, without looking up. He confirmed everything, Harry said. Bill nodded. He pointed at the display. I've got the sequencing mapped for the load-bearing structures. There are 3 possible orders of removal. One of them has a 20% chance of cascade failure. One has a 12% chance. And one has a 3% chance if the practitioner is good enough and the subject's cooperation is active. He looked at Harry. I want the 3% option. Of course, Harry said. It requires you to actively manage your own magical response during the removal, Bill said. That's not normal. Most curse removal subjects are sedated. But sedation interferes with your ability to cooperate, and your cooperation is part of what makes the 3% achievable. He paused. It also requires someone in the room who understands the theoretical architecture of the suppressors well enough to catch and redirect any cascade that starts before I can get to it. Snape, Harry said. Snape, Bill confirmed. We'd need him positioned here, he pointed at the diagram, ready to intercept the suppression array collapse if it starts moving faster than my removal sequence can handle. Does he know? Harry asked. I explained it while you were downstairs, Bill said. He said, Bill paused, seeming to choose his words. He said he was aware of the theoretical parameters and would be prepared. Did he say it like that? Ron asked. More or less, Bill said. With more syllables and a longer pause before he agreed. Yeah, that's him agreeing, Ron said. When do we do it? Harry asked. Not today, Bill said firmly. Tomorrow at the earliest. Possibly the day after. I need to finish the complete mapping first, and you need to rest properly, not 2 hours on a hospital bed. The active participation aspect of the 3% option requires you to be in the best condition you can manage. He looked at Harry. This isn't negotiable. Harry looked at him. Bill was looking back with the steady, unbothered expression of someone who was used to people on the wrong end of dangerous situations wanting to push faster than was safe, and who had long since stopped being movable on the point. Tomorrow morning, Harry said. Early. If my mapping is done, Bill said. Yes. Harry nodded. He looked at the display on the wall, the full, annotated architecture of everything in him, now with Bill's green notation marking the path through it. The path toward the other side. He looked at the gold in the display. His gold, under all the red. Vast and patient. Snape, he said. Snape was near the window, apparently reading one of Hermione's books, which had been left on the windowsill. He looked up. The suppression theoretical framework, Harry said. The model you built at 17. Did you ever think about the potential applications? When you were building it? Snape was quiet for a moment. His expression did the complicated thing it had been doing since he arrived, the layers of it, the old weight of it. I thought it was intellectually elegant, he said. I thought it was theoretically interesting. He paused. I did not think about a 3-month-old child. Another pause. I should have thought about what it would mean if it was applied to someone. Most 17-year-olds don't think about those things, Hermione said carefully. I was not most 17-year-olds, Snape said, without either pride or self-pity, just precision. I should have known better. You're here now, Harry said again. Second time today. Snape looked at him with the same response as before, that small, barely visible adjustment of a person who expected consequences and received a door. Yes, he said. The afternoon passed in the specific way of days where the large things had happened and the small things still needed doing, Bill mapping, Hermione reading, Ron eating something that Madame Pomfrey kept sending up, Snape and Bill in low technical conference, McGonagall in and out of the room with the preoccupied energy of a person managing a dozen simultaneous institutional crises. At some point in the late afternoon, Harry stood at the hospital wing window and looked out over the grounds, at the lake very blue in the September sunlight, at the edge of the forbidden forest, at the sky above Hogwarts that was clear and vast and indifferent in the way skies were when the things happening beneath them were very small against the scale of them. He didn't feel small, though. That was new. He stood at the window and felt entirely the size he was, no bigger, no smaller, and let the afternoon light come in and be warm and thought about what came next with the specific focused calm of someone who had stopped waiting to be told what to do. What are you thinking? Hermione said, from behind him. I'm thinking about the 3 load-bearing curses, Harry said. About what happens when they come out. And I'm thinking that whatever I am right now, with all of them still in place, he looked at his hand, the familiar thin hand with the chipped thumbnail, whatever I can do right now, under 17 suppression constructs and everything else. The things I've done accidentally. Levitating things. Moving glass. He paused. What comes after is going to be significantly different. Yes, Hermione said. It is. And nobody knows what that looks like, Harry said. Including me. No, she said. Good, Harry said, and meant it. Outside, the sun moved west over the lake, and the shadows from the castle stretched long and slow across the grounds, and Hogwarts breathed its deep old breath, and somewhere in the castle's deepest structural memory something very ancient stirred, the sovereign claim on the Peverell bloodline, patient for centuries, feeling its air drawing closer to the moment when the things that had been placed between him and himself would finally be removed. It waited. It had waited this long. It could wait one more day. Chapter 4, The Architecture of a Cage. The morning Bill declared his mapping complete. It snowed. Not a real snow, it was still September, barely 2 weeks into it, but Hogwarts did occasional things that had nothing to do with the weather outside, and sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall decided it was a snow ceiling, and by breakfast there was a fine soft white drift coming down through the non-existent rafters and dissolving before it hit the tables. The older students barely looked up. The first years, who hadn't had a proper first night and hadn't been sorted and had been sleeping in borrowed dormitories sorted by approximate house affiliation based on McGonagall's best guess, pressed their faces to the high windows and watched it fall. Harry wasn't at breakfast. He was in the hospital wing, sitting cross-legged on the bed, eating a piece of toast that Madame Pomfrey had brought because she'd given up arguing about meals in the Great Hall, and reading the letter that had arrived by owl 20 minutes ago. It was from the Ministry. Not Bones, someone from the Wisengamot office, formal language, Ministry seal, informing Harry James Potter that a formal inquiry had been opened under case reference MLE 1991-0847 and that as the primary injured party he was entitled to legal representation, and that a list of approved wizarding advocates was enclosed, and that proceedings would commence within 14 days pending evidence compilation. Harry read it twice and set it down and looked at the window. 14 days. He'd be here for 14 days before anything official happened, and in that 14 days Dumbledore would be consulting with people, calling in debts that spanned decades of political history, building the narrative that made 48 curse signatures on an infant look like an act of wartime necessity. Harry knew this the way he knew things, not from evidence but from the fundamental shape of how powerful men protected themselves, which he had been studying from underneath for 11 years. He needed an advocate. Not from the ministry's list. Someone who would represent what he needed, not what was administratively convenient. He was still thinking about this when Bill came in at 7:40 with his kit and Snape 2 steps behind him and the specific energy of 2 people who had been up since 5 and had arrived at a plan they were ready to execute. "Mapping's complete," Bill said, setting his kit on the chair and looking at Harry with the direct assessment he'd been using since day one, not checking whether Harry was scared, just checking whether Harry was ready. "I ran the sequencing model 4 times last night. The 3% option holds." He paused. "Snape's confirmed the theoretical architecture is sound. We're as ready as we're going to be." "Walk me through it again," Harry said. "The whole sequence." Bill sat down on the edge of the other bed and laid out the plan on his fingers, not condescendingly, just clearly, the way a good craftsman explained a process. "First, the surveillance constructs. Those came out first because removing them would cut Dumbledore's remaining access and prevent any magical interference from outside during the procedure. Then the pain response conditioning work, which needed to come before the suppression layer because the suppressors were partially anchored to the conditioning constructs and pulling the suppressors first would destabilize the conditioning work unpredictably. Then the loyalty binding and the trust anchor, then the wandless magic limiter, then the martyrdom compulsion. The compulsion frameworks were the most volatile, and they came out in a specific order that Bill had mapped 3 times to make sure. The 3 load-bearing structural curses came last. Those were the ones that required Harry's active cooperation, his conscious management of his own magical response as each was removed, keeping the core from surging into the vacuum the way water rushed into an opening. Bill would handle the extraction. Snape would monitor the suppression array as it destabilized, ready to intercept any cascade. And Harry needed to do something that Bill described carefully and Snape described more precisely and which amounted, essentially, to holding himself very still on the inside while the most fundamental constraints on his existence were systematically dismantled. "The martyrdom compulsion is going to be difficult," Bill said, near the end of his explanation. "Removing a compulsion that's been active since infancy, you're going to feel it. It'll feel like losing something. Even though it's something that was placed there to hurt you, it'll feel like a loss because it's been part of your experience of yourself for as long as you've existed." "I know," Harry said. "You might resist it involuntarily," Bill said. "Your magic might try to hold on to it. I need you to let go." "I'll let go," Harry said. Snape was standing near the window with his arms folded, watching this exchange. He said, "The pain response conditioning will be unpleasant in the removal phase. There will be a period of approximately 3 to 7 minutes where the constructs are partially dismantled but not fully inactive, and during that period any emotional response, including the natural emotional response to what's happening, will trigger them. You need to, not feel anything for 3 to 7 minutes, Harry said. Manage what you feel, Snape said. There's a difference. You sound like you know the technique, Harry said. A pause. I have some experience with emotion management under duress, Snape said, which was the driest understatement Harry had encountered in what had been a week full of dry understatements. Teach me the technique, Harry said. Snape looked at him. Now. We have 20 minutes before we start. Yes, now. Another pause, the recalibrating kind, which Harry was learning was Snape's version of visible surprise. Then Snape unfolded his arms, pulled up the chair that Bill had vacated, sat in it, and said, "Pay attention." What followed was the most useful 20 minutes Harry had spent since arriving at Hogwarts, which was saying something given what the rest of the week had looked like. Snape taught him the technique with the same precise, economical teaching style he seemed to apply to everything, no preamble, no softening, just the information, clearly delivered, with corrections when Harry's first attempts were wrong and acknowledgement when they were right. The technique was essentially a method of creating a small internal space between the experience of an emotion and the magical response to it, not suppressing the feeling, which was what the conditioning constructs were designed to make him do anyway and was therefore both unhealthy and counterproductive, but creating a deliberate delay. Experiencing the feeling fully, then choosing the response. It sounded simple. It wasn't simple. But Harry had spent his entire life learning to manage his responses to things, and the foundation was already there, it just hadn't had a conscious framework before. Adequate, Snape said, when Harry got it right 3 times in a row. High praise, Harry said. The corners of Snape's mouth moved. Not quite a smile, more the shadow of one, the kind that had forgotten how to finish the motion. Don't push it. Ron arrived at 8 with Hermione, and they took their positions, Ron in the far corner because Bill had specified that the removal area needed to be clear but that Harry could have people present, and Ron had immediately occupied the furthest possible point that still counted as present. Hermione took the chair near the window with her parchment, which she was going to use for documentation, because Hermione was going to document things even in circumstances where documentation was not the most pressing concern. Madame Pomfrey stood near the door with a medical kit and the expression of a woman who had seen a great deal and was prepared for anything and trusted Bill Weasley's competence about as far as she could trust anyone's, which was not quite enough but would have to do. McGonagall came in at 8:05. She stood near Madame Pomfrey, didn't say anything, and Harry nodded at her and she nodded back, and that was sufficient. Ready? Bill asked Harry. Yes, Harry said. The surveillance constructs came out first, and their removal was unremarkable in terms of sensation. Harry felt the dampening ward Ogden had placed come off, and then felt the constructs themselves being lifted, and the sensation was like having very small eyes closed that he hadn't known were open. The transmission cut. The silence that replaced it was the same deep, private silence he'd felt when Ogden first dampened them, the silence of not being watched. Somewhere in the castle, he thought, Dumbledore felt the connection sever. Next phase, Bill said, and moved to the pain response conditioning constructs. This is where it got difficult. The removal of the first conditioning construct was fine, a brief flare of heat in his chest and then nothing, the way a match flame felt just before it went out. The second was harder, it came out with a pulling sensation, like a splinter being drawn from deep muscle, and with it came an involuntary spike of something that was either grief or relief, Harry couldn't tell which, and the remaining constructs responded immediately, triggering the headache sharp and sudden behind his eyes. Technique, Snape said, from beside him. Not harsh. Just precise. Harry used the technique. Found the space between the feeling and the response. Held it. The headache peaked and began to ease as the construct stopped receiving the trigger it needed. Good, Snape said. The third conditioning construct was the worst. It was the one keyed to self-confidence, the one that had punished him every time he'd done something well, every time he'd felt genuinely capable, for 11 years. As Bill began its removal, Harry felt it wake up, as though the act of pulling at it triggered every instance of its activation simultaneously, and for approximately 45 seconds he experienced what felt like a full retrospective of every headache, every chest constriction, every sick twist of nausea he'd ever felt when something had gone right for him. 11 years of Pavlovian punishment playing back in one sustained flash. He used the technique. He held the space. He breathed. When it came out he exhaled, once, long and slow, and the absence of it was so profound that the room seemed to brighten even though nothing had changed. That one, Ron said, from the corner, very quietly. Yeah, Harry said. The 4th through 9th conditioning constructs came out in sequence, some easier, some harder, each with its own flavor of removal and its own texture of absence. By the time Bill finished the conditioning phase, Harry had been at it for 50 minutes and was sweating lightly and had used the emotion management technique approximately 40 times and his jaw ached from being deliberately unclenched. Break, Bill said. Drink this. He produced a small vial, blue, sparkling, not a potion Harry recognized. What is it? Magical stamina restorative, Bill said. Not a stimulant, not a sedative. It replenishes the kind of energy you use when you're doing active internal work. I brew it myself. Harry drank it. It tasted like cold water with something underneath, clean, mineral, like a spring that ran very deep. The fatigue backed off by about a third. The loyalty binding and trust anchor next, Bill said. These are removal plus rerouting. The constructs don't just come out, they need to be actively discharged, because they have energy stored in them from a decade of operation. He looked at Harry directly. When the trust anchor comes out, you're going to feel a specific absence where the instinctive orientation toward Dumbledore was. It'll feel disorienting. It's not a loss of your own judgment, it's the removal of an artificial overlay on top of your judgment. But the distinction won't feel clean immediately. Understood, Harry said. I need you to have something to orient toward, Bill said. When the anchor comes out, your instinctive trust sense is going to look for somewhere to land. If you give it somewhere concrete, something real, something you've chosen yourself, it'll stabilize faster. Harry thought for a moment. He looked at Ron in the corner, who was sitting with his hands between his knees and his eyes on Harry with the specific unwavering attention that was, Harry had decided, the most characteristic thing about Ron Weasley. Then at Hermione, who had set down her quill and was watching him with her full focused concern. At McGonagall standing straight near the door. At Bill with his battered kit and his dragon hide jacket and his 21 years of better than anyone else. I've got somewhere to orient toward, Harry said. Bill ran the loyalty binding removal first. It came out cleanly, a complex piece of work that Bill dismantled with the systematic precision of someone taking apart a piece of intricate machinery, each connection severed in order before the central structure was removed. Harry felt it go and felt nothing dramatic in its absence, which told him something. The loyalty binding had been installed over natural responses that were apparently capable of operating without artificial reinforcement. Then the trust anchor. Bill said, brace, and Harry did, and the trust anchor came out and the world tilted. It wasn't pain. It was more like, the specific disorientation of a compass suddenly losing north, the instinctive reaching for an orientation point and finding it gone. Harry felt his magical sense casting outward for the anchor target and finding nothing, and in the gap he looked at Ron in the corner and felt something very different from the compelled orientation of the curse, something quieter, more specific, chosen rather than installed. The disorientation lasted about 20 seconds. Then it settled. Okay, Harry said. You held it, Bill said, and sounded genuinely impressed. Yes, Harry said. What's next? Wandless magic limiter, Bill said. This one's fast to remove. But, he paused. You should be aware that when it comes out, there will be an immediate expression of wandless magic. Possibly significant. The energy behind the limiter has been building for 11 years. It's going to come out in some form. He looked around the room. Madame Pomfrey, I'd suggest being ready. Madame Pomfrey raised her wand. Quite, she said. Bill removed the wandless magic limiter in a single decisive gesture, like pulling a cork from a bottle that had been under pressure for a very long time. The windows of the hospital wing blew open. All of them. Simultaneously. Banging back on their hinges with a sound like a thunderclap, letting in a rush of cool September air that swept parchment from Hermione's lap and knocked Ron sideways in his chair. The monitoring equipment on Harry's bedside table rose 6 inches into the air and hung there for a moment, perfectly still, before settling back down. The enchanted ceiling of the room flickered. It was a plain ceiling, no special enchantment, but it flickered anyway, the stone briefly showing something that looked like sky, vast and star-filled, before returning to ordinary plaster. The room went very quiet. Harry looked at his hands. The gold in the diagnostic display was brighter. Substantially brighter. The red of the remaining constructs was unchanged, but the gold, his actual magic expressing without the wandless limiter, was blazing, and it was, he thought, not what anyone would call a modest amount of magical output from a baseline state with most of his suppressors still in place. Right, Bill said, after a moment. So. That's what we're working with. Merlin, Ron said from his sideways position in the chair. The suppression constructs are still active, Hermione said, from the floor where she was collecting her parchment, her voice doing the thing it did when she was solving a problem in real time. He's still under 17 suppressors and this is what's coming through. Yes, Snape said, very quietly, from near the window. He was looking at the diagnostic display with an expression that was, Harry thought, the closest Snape ever came to naked feeling, a complex, layered thing that had awe and regret and something that might have been the specific wonder of a scientist encountering a phenomenon that exceeded every theoretical model. Snape, Harry said. Snape looked at him. Is this what you thought the theoretical application would look like? Harry asked. When you were 17. No, Snape said simply. No, it is not. Harry held his hands up and looked at them. He thought up, not as instruction but as intention, and the monitoring equipment rose again, smoothly and completely, and floated at shoulder height with the effortless stability of something that was simply going where it was directed. He set it down. The martyrdom compulsion, Bill said, after a moment. Are you ready? Yes, Harry said. The martyrdom compulsion was, as Bill had warned, the hardest of the non-structural curses to remove. Not because of the physical sensation, the removal itself was straightforward, technically, but because of what Bill had told him. It had been there since infancy. It had shaped the way he experienced the world at the most fundamental level, the specific quality of peace he felt when he imagined self-sacrifice, the way death had never felt to him the way he suspected it was supposed to feel. As Bill began the removal, Harry felt it resist, not aggressively, not painfully, but with the stubborn warmth of something that had been inside him so long it had convinced some part of him it was native. He thought about what it had taken from him. Not abstract, specific. Every time he'd walked toward something dangerous without adequate fear. Every time he'd felt that strange, warm peace at the thought of being spent. Every time he might have chosen to protect himself and had instead turned toward the thing that needed him to be expendable. He thought about Dumbledore's face under Veritaserum, saying I provided reinforcement. The choice would still be yours. He let go. The martyrdom compulsion came out in a rush of sensation that was briefly, sharply cold, like plunging into the lake outside, shocking, clarifying, the full temperature of things without the warmth that had been artificially softening them. He felt, for about 10 seconds, the full bare reality of his own mortality, not terrifying, not peaceful, just real, present in the way something is present when you see it clearly for the first time. Then it settled, and the cold passed, and what was left was something that felt like, just him. Just Harry. Without the compulsion or its removal, just the ordinary 11-year-old fact of being a person who had chosen to be alive. Done, Bill said. Non-structural phase complete. He sat back and rolled his wrist, twice, and exhaled. How are you doing? Still here, Harry said. The 3 load-bearing curses are next, Bill said. We need 20 minutes. I need to set up the containment framework and Snape needs to take his position. He looked at Harry seriously. This is the part where I tell you again that your active cooperation is the difference between 3% and 20%. During the load-bearing removal your magic is going to surge. Each time a structural curse is removed, the core expands into the space. You need to breathe into it, expand with it, don't resist it and don't push it. Let it fill the space the curse left. If you resist, the energy has nowhere to go and it creates pressure. If you push, the expansion rate exceeds what I can manage safely. He looked at Harry. You're not a passive subject in this. You're part of the team. I understand, Harry said. Any questions? Harry thought for a moment. When all 3 are out, he said. What should I expect to feel? Bill was quiet for a moment, and his expression did the complicated thing where professional assessment and genuine personal feeling moved across it in quick succession. I don't know, he said honestly. I've never done this before. Nobody's ever had an array this complex removed before. Ogden said you're unprecedented and he's right. So I can tell you what I've read in theoretical literature, and I can tell you what my instincts as a curse breaker tell me, but the honest answer is, I don't know exactly. He paused. What I believe is that you'll feel like yourself. Maybe for the first time. He paused again. I think that's going to be a lot. Harry nodded. The 20 minutes passed with Bill setting up a containment framework around the bed, a network of runes chalked on the floor and woven with monitoring charms, designed not to contain Harry but to provide structure for the magical surge so it had somewhere to go other than outward through the walls. Snape took his position to Harry's left, wand in hand, monitoring the suppression array with the focused attention of a man who had spent years managing dangerous situations by watching them very carefully and moving precisely when precision was required. Hermione set down her parchment. She didn't try to document this phase. She just watched. Ron moved from the corner to the foot of the bed. Nobody told him to or told him not to. He stood there with his arms at his sides and his chin up and said, "I'm right here," which was a quiet thing, just a factual statement, not performative, and Harry looked at him and nodded. "First structural curse," Bill said. "On my count. 3, 2, 1, Harry felt it before Bill's wand touched it, felt the load-bearing curse like a pillar, dense and fundamental, woven into his architecture at a level that was genuinely below conscious awareness. He'd been walking on it his whole life without knowing it was a floor. Bill's wand engaged with the structure and Harry felt the first tremor of removal, not pain but magnitude, the specific sensation of something vast being moved. He breathed. He expanded with it, the way Bill had described, letting his awareness move outward into the space where the curse had been, filling it the way water filled a gap. The gold in his magical sense flared and surged toward the opening and he didn't resist, just breathed, just expanded. Snape said, sharply, "The second suppressor is compensating, destabilizing." "I see it," Bill said. Snape said, and his wand moved in a precise lateral sweep that re-anchored the destabilizing suppressor before it could cascade, which bought Bill the 3 seconds he needed to complete the extraction. The first load-bearing curse came out with a sound, actual audible sound, not from any human in the room but from the magic itself, a low resonant tone like a very large string being plucked, and the containment framework lit up gold as Harry's magic surged into the newly available space. He breathed. He held it. He let it fill. Second structural curse, Bill said immediately, not giving time for anything to settle, because settled was not the right state for this. The removal needed to happen in momentum, one to the next, before the disturbed architecture could attempt to restabilize around the gaps. 3, 2, 1, the second load-bearing curse was deeper than the first. It was the one that had been there the longest, woven in when he was months old, part of the very earliest construction of Dumbledore's design, and its roots went down through everything above it. Bill pulled at it with the careful, certain force of someone who knew exactly what was anchored where and how to move each piece without bringing down the rest, and Snape was working in real time alongside him, monitoring the cascade risk with a ferocious precision that was, Harry thought distantly, one of the most impressive things he'd ever seen. This removal took longer. For minutes of sustained work while Harry breathed and expanded and held and let the gold fill every gap the curse left, and the containment framework burned so bright it cast shadows in the room, the gold light fierce and warm and vast. When it came out the tone came again, deeper this time, longer, and the windows that Bill had closed after the wandless limiter incident opened again. Not violently. Slowly, deliberately, as though the room itself was breathing. Third structural curse, Bill said. Last one. Ready? Yes, Harry said. His voice was very steady. He was sweating and the emotion management technique had been running continuously for 2 hours and he was also, beneath the effort, something else, something that was gathering, like a held breath about to be released, like the moment before a door opened. 3, wait, Harry said. Bill paused. Harry looked at Ron. Then at Hermione. At McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey and Snape with his wand ready. He looked at the room full of people who had shown up and stayed and chosen, each in their own way, to be present for this. Okay, he said. Now. 2, 1, the third load-bearing curse was different from the first two. The first had been a pillar. The second had been a foundation stone. The third was, Harry searched for the right comparison and landed on, a keystone. The piece that everything else had been built around, the central point of the entire array's architecture, the thing that made all the other curses work together as a system rather than just a collection of individual constructs. When Bill engaged with it, the entire remaining array lit up. Every remaining suppressor, all 17, blazed simultaneously in Harry's awareness, the red of them vivid and present as Bill's wand worked against the keystone curse, and Snape moved, not a single sweep but a series of rapid precise movements, holding the suppressors in place, preventing the cascade, buying Bill the seconds and then the minutes the keystone required. Harry breathed. He held the emotion management space wide open, not because the pain response conditioning was still active, it wasn't, those had come out hours ago, but because the magnitude of what was happening required all of him to be present and deliberate and clear. He felt the keystone begin to move. He expanded into the movement, vast, gold, deep, the press of his own actual magic coming up to meet the space being made for it, and the keystone resisted, briefly, the way something very old resisted, not with active defiance but with the inertia of a decade of being fixed in place, and Harry pushed gently and steadily against the inertia and felt Bill pushing from the outside and felt Snape holding the frame steady and felt, very clearly, the exact moment the resistance ended. The keystone curse came out. The sound was not a tone this time. It was, Harry didn't have a word for it. Every person in the room stopped what they were doing. It was in a frequency that was felt rather than heard, a resonance that moved through the stone of the castle itself, and for a moment the enchanted ceiling of the hospital wing showed the sky, not the grey September sky outside but the night sky, vast and full of stars, the constellation-mapped ceiling of the great hall echoed here in the hospital wing as if the castle was responding to something fundamental. Then everything was very still. Harry sat on the bed and breathed and was, himself. Fully, entirely, for the first time in his life. Without the suppressors, without the conditioning, without the compulsions, without the structural constraints. Just the gold, expressed and present and enormous and completely, quietly his. He looked at his hands. They were glowing. Very faintly, very warmly, not dramatically, not explosively, just a low steady gold that was the color of the light in the diagnostic display, his magic visible at the surface for the first time, like light through thin paper. He looked up. "Bill," he said. His voice sounded the same. He was relieved about that, he'd been half expecting everything to sound different. "Thank you." Bill was sitting on the floor. Harry wasn't sure when that had happened. He was sitting on the floor with his kit beside him and his wand across his knees and he was staring at Harry with the expression of a person who has just done the best work of their life and is still processing the fact. "Yeah," Bill said. "Yeah, okay." He ran a hand through his hair. He stopped. "You should rest." "Probably," Harry said. He looked at the diagnostic display on the wall. The red was gone. All of it, every curse structure, every conditioning construct, every compulsion framework, the 3 load-bearing pillars of a decade's careful design. Gone. Removed, extracted, contained in Bill's sealed evidence vials lined up on the bedside table. What remained in the display was gold. Pure, uncontested, vast gold that made the display pulse like a heartbeat. "That," Hermione said, very quietly, from the window, her voice doing the careful precise thing it did when she was trying not to show how much something affected her, "is the most extraordinary thing I have ever seen." Ron was at the foot of the bed. His expression was doing several things simultaneously, relief, awe, something that was simply the face of a person who has been genuinely frightened for days and is now, gradually, beginning to believe the frightening part might be over. He looked at Harry and Harry looked back and Ron said, "You're actually all right." "Actually," Harry confirmed. "Good," Ron said, and sat down heavily in the nearest chair and put both hands over his face for a moment, and Harry let him, because he had earned it. McGonagall was perfectly still near the door. Her arms were at her sides and her face was open, in a way that McGonagall's face rarely was, the controlled composure set aside for a moment in favor of something that was simply present with what had happened. She looked at Harry and said nothing, but she looked at him the way someone looked at a thing they had almost been responsible for and weren't, and the relief in that look was very plain. Snape was at the window. He had put his wand away and was standing very still and looking out at the grounds, at the lake and the sky and the September light. His back was to the room. Harry couldn't see his expression. He thought that was probably deliberate, and that it was probably fine. Amelia Bones came in at 11:30. She looked at the cleared diagnostic display, all gold, no red, and at Bill sitting on the floor and Harry on the bed with his hands faintly glowing, and she stopped in the doorway and assessed the situation with the practiced speed of someone whose job was to walk into situations already in progress and understand them immediately. "Done?" she said. "Done," Bill confirmed, from the floor. "Good," Bones said. "Because we have a development." She came fully into the room and produced a document from her robes. It was ministry sealed, formal weight, and she laid it on the bed beside Harry. "The Wisengamot Preliminary Review Board met this morning. 6 a.m. emergency session." She paused. "They've reviewed the Hat's testimony record, the diagnostic findings, and the Veritaserum inquiry transcript." She paused again. "And the case for Azkaban. Dumbledore?" Harry said. "Yes," Bones said. "There's a formal motion before the full Wisengamot to detain him pending the inquiry outcome. The vote is tomorrow." She looked at Harry. "I need you to know that there's significant political resistance. He has allies on the Wisengamot, people who will argue strategic necessity, wartime precedent, the threat of Voldemort's return. They're going to build a case around the idea that what he did, however terrible, was done in service of something larger." She looked at Harry steadily. "They may succeed." "They may," Harry agreed. "That's why I need an advocate." "I was going to suggest, not from the ministry list," Harry said. "Is there someone outside the ministry who can represent me? Independently?" Bones considered. "Griselda Marchbanks," she said. "Former Wisengamot Chief Witch. She retired 6 years ago. She has no current institutional loyalties and she is arguably the most legally formidable witch in Britain." She paused. "She also personally examined Dumbledore for his NEWT. About 70 years ago and has reportedly never forgiven him for his attitude during the Transfiguration practical." "Send her an owl," Harry said. "Please." Bones almost smiled. "Already done," she said. She replied before I got to breakfast. She said, and I'm quoting, "Tell the boy yes and tell Albus Dumbledore that his account with me for 1921 is about to come due." Harry lay back against the pillows. The faint gold glow from his hands was already fading, his magic settling towards some new equilibrium that it was apparently in the process of discovering. He was tired, genuinely, deeply tired, the way he imagined you were tired after running a very long way, not unpleasant, just the honest weight of having worked at the full extent of yourself. "Sirius Black," he said. Bones' expression shifted. "Ah," she said. "His case," Harry said. "The inquiry into what was done to me includes the use of Veritaserum. The same legal structure that gave you grounds to administer it to Dumbledore, applies to the evidence questions around anyone imprisoned without trial," Bones said. "Yes. I know. I've already reviewed the Black case file." She pulled up a chair and sat in it. "Sirius Black was imprisoned in 1981 without trial. The grounds were his alleged betrayal of your parents' location to Voldemort and the subsequent murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles." She paused. "No Veritaserum was administered. No trial was held." "And Pettigrew," Harry said. "Was his body ever confirmed?" A long pause. "They found a finger," Bones said. "One finger," Harry said. "One finger," Bones confirmed. Harry looked at her. She looked back. The chain of implication connected itself between them without either of them needing to say it out loud. "I'd like Sirius Black reviewed as a matter of urgency," Harry said. "I've already filed the review request," Bones said. "It's moving." She paused. "Moving by ministry standards, which is, faster with pressure," Harry said. "Yes," Bones said. "And pressure can be applied." She looked at him steadily. "Your legal standing right now is significant. The inquiry has made you the most visible magical person in Britain since Dumbledore himself. What you say publicly, in front of the Wisingamat, in documented testimony, carries weight." She paused. "Not unlimited weight. But real weight." "I'm going to need to appear before the Wisingamat," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Bones said. "If you're willing. The preliminary motion is tomorrow, and they will want to hear from you." "Fine," Harry said. "Brief me on procedure tonight." Bones looked at him for a moment. Then she looked at Bill, still on the floor, and at Madame Pomfrey hovering near the door with her medical kit, and at Hermione in the window chair with her books and her parchment. "He needs rest first," Madame Pomfrey said firmly. "Yes," Bones agreed. She stood. 4 hours. "Then I'll brief you." She looked at Harry. "And Mr. Potter, eat a proper meal. Whatever you need, the castle will provide it. Use that." She went. McGonagall followed, pausing at the door to look at Harry with the open, relieved expression she'd had before, and then leaving quietly. Ron was still in the chair with his hands over his face. He took his hands down after a moment and looked at Harry. "Wisingamat tomorrow," Ron said. You just had all the curses taken out of you this morning." "I know," Harry said. "You're going to stand in front of the Wisingamat the day after having all the curses taken out of you." "Yes," Harry said. "While you still don't have a wand," Ron said. "Because nobody sorted you, because the hat screamed, and you've been in the hospital wing ever since." Harry paused. He had not thought about the wand situation in several days, which said something about how full the several days had been. He held up his right hand. The faint gold that had been fading was still there, a warmth in his palm. He thought, very gently, up. The vial of blue stamina restorative on the bedside table rose smoothly into the air and settled back down. "I'll get a wand," Harry said. "But I don't think I need to worry about the Wisingamat." Ron stared at the vial. Then at Harry. "Right," he said. "No. Obviously not." He leaned back in his chair. "I'm writing to my mum, by the way. She's going to find out regardless, and I'd rather she found out from me." "What are you going to tell her?" Harry asked. Ron thought about this seriously. "The truth," he said. "She deserves the truth." He paused. "She's not going to like the Dumbledore part." "I know," Harry said. "She might not believe it at first," Ron said. He's been, in our house it's always been Dumbledore this and Dumbledore that. He came to tea once when I was 6 and my mum kept the teacup he used." Harry looked at him. "She's going to be devastated," Ron said quietly. "And then she's going to be furious. And when my mum goes from devastated to furious, there is genuinely nothing in Britain more formidable." He paused. "That might actually help." Harry thought of a fiercely loving red-haired woman going from devastated to furious on his behalf, and found that the image did something warm and unexpected in his chest, not the false warmth of the martyrdom compulsion, which was gone, but something real and new and somewhat overwhelming in its simplicity. "Yeah," he said. "It might." He lay back against the pillows and let the gold settle in him, steady and present in his, and listened to Hermione turning pages in the window and Ron scratching out a letter and the castle breathing around them all, and outside the September sky was doing whatever the September sky did, and the snow from the enchanted ceiling of the great hall had long since stopped falling. He was not a weapon. He was not a plan. He was not a dead man waiting for his moment. He was 11 years old and fully himself and the most powerful untrained magical person in Britain, and tomorrow he was going to the Wizengamot. He closed his eyes. He slept. Chapter 5. The other side of the board. Harry woke up at 3 in the morning because something in his scar was screaming. Not the scar itself, there was no pain, which was actually the problem. Where there had always been a dull familiar pressure, the background noise of a decade, there was now something else entirely. An awareness. Sharp and cold and horribly specific, like suddenly being able to hear a voice that had always been speaking just below the threshold of comprehension, and discovering that what it was saying was deeply, personally about you. He sat up in the dark hospital wing and held very still and listened to it. It wasn't words. It was more like weather. The specific emotional weather of something that was not him, experienced through the connection in his forehead with a clarity that the suppression curses had been, he realized, partially blocking. Not fully. But enough to mute it, to keep it below the level of coherent signal. Without the suppressors, without any of the conditioning that had been softening and redirecting his experience of everything, the connection was clean. And what it was transmitting right now was rage. Not Voldemort's rage, not a full presence, not a consciousness communicating. More like the specific agitation of a thing that had lost contact with something it had been monitoring. Like a surveillance system registering the feed going dead. The soul fragment in his scar was reacting to the removal of the curse array, reacting to the severing of the surveillance constructs, to the gap where 10 years of passive observation had been, to the fundamental wrongness, from the perspective of whatever was in the scar, of Harry being free. Harry sat with it for a while, cataloguing it the way he catalogued everything, carefully, without flinching, building a map of the thing so he'd know what he was working with. The soul fragment was small. That was the first thing he understood clearly. Small and contained and trapped in the scar by the specific physics of the killing curse's failure, not imprisoned deliberately, not installed with intention, just lodged there the way shrapnel lodged in a wound. It had awareness of a kind, in the way that a hunger had awareness, directionless, reactive, defined entirely by what it wanted rather than what it was. It didn't think, not really. It radiated. What it was radiating right now was the specific panic of something that had been connected to a power source for a decade and had just felt the power cut. Dumbledore's surveillance constructs. The soul fragment had been feeding off them, Harry understood, with a sudden cold clarity. The surveillance constructs had been two-directional, yes, they transmitted Harry's emotional and magical states outward to Dumbledore, but they'd also been providing a steady trickle of magical energy inward. Keeping the fragment sustained. Stable. Without the constructs, the fragment was destabilizing. Harry sat with this information for a long moment, turning it over, examining it from different angles the way he'd been examining problems all week. Then he got out of bed, put on his shoes, and walked to the window. The grounds were silver with moonlight. The lake lay flat and dark and still. The forbidden forest was a black edge against the sky, and the sky above it was enormous and cold and entirely indifferent to everything happening beneath it. He looked at his reflection in the glass. The faint gold glow was still there, very subtle in the darkness, visible only because the moonlight was the right kind of pale to show it against. His scar was a dark line on his forehead. The lightning bolt shape of it, which everyone always looked at and found remarkable, which he had spent his life being looked at through rather than looked at, was just a scar. A record of something that had happened to him before he was old enough to experience it as happening. He put one finger against the glass and thought, deliberately and clearly, warm. The glass warmed under his finger. Not hot, not dramatic, just warmer than glass should be in a cold room in September. He held it there for a moment, feeling the warmth as direct and clean and entirely chosen, and thought about what Hermione had said about the Peveril claim, and about what the claim meant in terms of what his bloodline was and had always been, and then he thought about the soul fragment in his scar and what it meant that the fragment was destabilizing. It meant that Voldemort was going to notice. The thought arrived with the particular clarity of something that had been building in the background for days and had finally surfaced, and Harry stood at the window in the moonlit hospital wing and ran the logic forward. Whatever remained of Voldemort, and something remained, the Horcrux problem was real and had not gone away simply because Harry's curse array had been removed, would feel the destabilization of the scar fragment. Would feel the change in Harry's magical output. Would, perhaps, feel the surveillance constructs go dark. Would know something had changed. Would begin to move. Harry stood at the window for another minute, watching the moonlight on the lake. Then he went back to bed, lay down, folded his arms behind his head, and stared at the ceiling and thought about Horcruxes. He thought about them with the same focused, unemotional precision he'd been applying to everything else this week, because there was no emotional value in panic and no strategic value in fear, and because the situation was genuinely a problem to be solved. A problem with specific parameters. Voldemort had made Horcruxes, at least 2, given the diary Hermione had mentioned in passing last night when she was cross-referencing something in one of her library books, some historical dark wizard who'd used the technique. The scar fragment. How many others? He didn't know. He needed to find out. He thought about who might know. He thought about Snape, who had provided the theoretical framework for his suppression curses at 17 and had grown up in Dumbledore's orbit and had spent years as a Death Eater before turning, if the fragmentary picture Harry had assembled was accurate. Snape, who had recognized the curse work in the diagnostic display with the specific recognition of someone who'd seen similar architecture before. Snape, who had helped with the removal without being asked twice and had taught Harry emotion management at 7 in the morning without complaining about it. Snape might know things about Voldemort's methods that very few people living did. Harry filed this under tomorrow. He also thought about the Wizengamot. Bones had briefed him last night, thoroughly, covering procedure and precedent and the specific political landscape of who was aligned with Dumbledore's camp and who wasn't and who was undecided and what they would respond to. The Wizengamot was a body of 50 people, of whom approximately 18 were Dumbledore loyalists, 12 were politically independent, and the rest were distributed across various factions whose positions on any given question depended primarily on which direction the wind was blowing in terms of institutional self-interest. Harry needed 12 votes to pass the preliminary detention motion. He had, Bones estimated, about 8 secure. He needed 4 more from the independents, and the independents would be swayed by, Bones had been careful here, choosing her words, by the reality of what they'd seen in the diagnostic display, and by Harry himself. By his willingness to stand up and be visible and direct about what had been done, without softening it, without framing it in a way that made it easier for the people who needed Dumbledore to remain the figure he'd always been. By not performing the role of a damaged child who needed saving. By being, simply and clearly, what he was. Harry thought he could manage that. He went back to sleep just before 4 and woke up properly at 7 to find Ron asleep in the chair that had somehow migrated from the far corner to beside Harry's bed, arms crossed, head tilted, snoring very slightly. Hermione was absent, which meant she was in the library. Madame Pomfrey appeared with breakfast and the specific expression of a woman who had stopped being surprised by anything and had decided that a hospital wing that functioned as a base of operations for an 11-year-old navigating a constitutional crisis was simply her new normal. Harry ate breakfast and waited. Snape arrived at 7:30 without being summoned. He knocked once, came in, looked at Ron asleep in the chair with no expression, and sat in the other chair and looked at Harry with the dark, complicated attention he'd been applying since day one. "The scar," Harry said. "Last night." Snape's eyes moved to his forehead. "What about it?" "The soul fragment is destabilizing," Harry said. "The surveillance constructs were feeding it. Now they're gone and it's agitated." Snape was very still for a moment. "You can feel it." "Clearly," Harry said. "Without the suppression work it's like hearing something that was always there but always too quiet to make out. Now I can hear it." He looked at Snape directly. How many Horcruxes did he make? The quality of Snape's stillness changed, not surprise, Harry thought, but the stillness of someone deciding whether to answer a question that they have the answer to and that they've been carrying alone for a long time. "Sit down with that question for a moment," Harry said, not unkindly. "I'm not going anywhere." "Neither are you." And you came here this morning without being asked, which means you came because you wanted to talk. So talk. Something moved across Snape's face. The complicated layering again, the old weight, the specific exhaustion of a person who had been managing knowledge alone for too long. 6, Snape said. He intended to make 6. Intended, Harry said. The diary, Snape said. It was the first. I know of it because I was present at a Death Eater gathering in 1979 where he used it to perform a demonstration. He paused. The ring, he mentioned a ring to his inner circle in 1980. An heirloom from his family line, specifically chosen because of its magical history. He stopped. The locket. The cup. And 2 others I know only in reference, not specifics. He looked at Harry. And the fragment in your scar, which was not intended. 6 intended plus 1 accidental, Harry said. 7 total. Yes. The diary and the ring are the ones most likely to be in accessible locations, Harry said, working it out. If he made them before his first fall, they've been sitting somewhere for 10 years. The diary was in circulation, Snape said carefully. Lucius Malfoy had possession of it as of last year. I know this because I was still in contact with some former colleagues at that time. He said former colleagues with the same precision he applied to all uncomfortable facts, making the words carry their full weight without editorializing. The ring's location I don't know. Dumbledore might know, Harry said. Dumbledore knows a great deal, Snape said. Whether he will share it now is the question. He will if I ask correctly, Harry said. Snape looked at him. You're going to go to him. Eventually, Harry said. After the Wisengamot. When I have leverage and he has less of it than he does right now. He paused. He knows where the Horcruxes are, or most of them. And without his cooperation the search takes longer and Voldemort has more time to act. He looked at Snape. He called you his man, didn't he? For a long time. Snape's jaw tightened. Yes. Are you still? A long pause. Not hesitation, consideration. The specific weight of a person genuinely interrogating something they've been telling themselves for a long time. No, Snape said finally. I have not been for some time. But I continued to operate as though I were, because I believed, I told myself that I was serving a purpose larger than Dumbledore's methods. That staying inside the structure was more useful than, he stopped. It was a rationalization, he said precisely. A sophisticated one, but a rationalization. And now? Harry said. Now I'm sitting in a hospital wing at 7:30 having told an 11-year-old things I've never told anyone. He paused. I'm available, he said, with the dry precision of a man offering something significant while pretending it was nothing. If that's useful. It's useful, Harry said. Ron made a sound from the chair. Both of them looked at him. He was still asleep, head at a slightly more extreme angle than before, apparently engaged in some kind of complex dream that was moving through his expression in rapid succession. Harry looked at him with the warmth that had been building over the last week, the specific warmth of someone who had been alone for a very long time and was beginning to understand that they didn't have to be. The Malfoy diary, Harry said, looking back at Snape. Can you get it back from him? No, Snape said. Not without a great deal of political complexity that would alert Lucius to the fact that someone is hunting Horcruxes, which would in turn alert others, which would accelerate Voldemort's timeline. He paused. But there may be a way to remove it from Malfoy's possession through other channels. He looked at Harry with something that was almost, very carefully, a strategic gleam. The inquiry has subpoena powers. Lucius Malfoy is tangentially connected to several of the questions around Dumbledore's actions, specifically around the magical community's failure to protect you. If a subpoena were broad enough in its scope, Bones, Harry said. Yes, Snape said. I'll tell her this morning, Harry said. She'll know how to make the subpoena work. The door opened and Hermione came in carrying 4 books and a notebook so full that it was bulging at its binding, her hair doing the thing it did when she'd been inside for several hours and hadn't thought about it, which was wild in a way that seemed to operate independently of physics. She looked at Snape in the chair, at Harry sitting up in bed, at Ron asleep, and she put the books down on the end of the bed without ceremony. "I found something," she said. "About the soul fragment." Both Harry and Snape looked at her. In historical dark arts theory, pre-ban literature, it's in the restricted section, McGonagall gave me access yesterday, there's a discussion of Horcrux removal. Specifically, there are 3 documented cases in history of a soul fragment being removed from a living host without killing the host. She opened the notebook. In each case, the fragment was removed using a combination of very specific curse-breaking and what the source material calls willing severance. The host's conscious agreement to expel the fragment. She looked at Harry. The theory is that a soul fragment lodged in a living magical person can't be removed against the host's will by any external means without causing fatal damage to the host's own soul. But if the host is aware of the fragment, is cognitively capable of distinguishing their own soul from the fragment's presence, and actively chooses to expel it, Bill, Harry said. Bill could do the technical work, Hermione said. But the willing severance has to come from you. And the reason it hasn't been done before, she looked at him steadily, is that in every historical case, the host was never told about the fragment. They were never in a position to choose. Because someone decided the choice was too dangerous to give them, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said. The parallel was so clean and complete that nobody commented on it. It sat in the room and made its point without assistance. Can we do it before Voldemort fully reconstitutes? Harry asked. The fragment is destabilizing, Hermione said. Which means the window might be limited. A destabilized soul fragment is both easier to remove and more volatile. If it destabilizes enough, it might attempt to. She looked at her notebook. The source material describes it as seeking anchoring. Looking for something to attach to more firmly. Which in practice means it would try to burrow deeper into the host's soul rather than remain superficially lodged. So we need to do it soon, Harry said. Today or tomorrow, Hermione said. Before the Wisengamot if possible, because afterward you won't know what your schedule looks like. She paused. I already sent a message to Bill this morning. He got here at 6:30. Harry stared at her. He's already here. He was in the library with me, Hermione said, as though this was entirely normal. He wanted to read the same source material. She paused. He said, and I'm quoting, "Oh, that's elegant, of course, that's how you do it, why didn't anyone think of this?" She looked at Harry. I think he's excited. Harry looked at her for a moment. Then he looked at Snape, who was looking at Hermione with the very specific expression of a person who had just encountered a quality of thoroughness that they recognized and respected against their own inclinations. Then he looked at Ron, who had woken up at some point in the last 30 seconds and was sitting in the chair processing the conversation mid-stride. So, Ron said. Horcrux removal this morning, Wisengamot this afternoon. Yes, Harry said. Before breakfast? I already had breakfast, Harry said. I didn't, Ron said, and stood up and went to the door and called down the corridor for Madame Pomfrey. Bill arrived 10 minutes later with his kit and the specific energized focus of someone who had read something technically fascinating in a library at 6 a.m. and had immediately started working out the application. He sat on the bed across from Harry and explained the process with the same clear directness he'd used for everything else, technical, honest, no softening. The willing severance required Harry to do something that was essentially the opposite of what the martyrdom compulsion had trained him toward. Not a passive acceptance, not a dissolution of self into sacrifice, but a clear, chosen, specific refusal. The soul fragment in his scar had been there since he was 15 months old, and some part of his experience had always incorporated its presence, even under the suppression work, and the willing severance required him to identify that presence distinctly from his own, to draw a line between what was his and what wasn't, and to push. You'll know the fragment, Bill said. You told me last night you could feel it clearly. Can you distinguish it from your own magical sense? Harry sat for a moment and looked inward, not with his eyes, with the specific awareness he'd been developing all week, the capacity to perceive his own magical state that had always been there and had never had the suppressors cleared enough to use. He found the fragment immediately. It was present in the way a stone in a shoe was present, distinct, foreign, not painful anymore but unmistakably not him. Yes, Harry said. Clearly. Then when I begin the technical extraction, the moment you feel me engage with the fragment's outer boundary, push. Not violently. Just firmly. The way you'd push something away that was holding on. And the fragment will resist, Harry said. Yes, Bill said. It will try to anchor. You'll feel it. Don't let it. I can hold the technical structure stable while Bill works, Snape said from his position near the window, the same position he'd held during the load-bearing removal, already placed, already ready. Hermione's monitoring for signs of soul damage, Bill said. She's got the diagnostic parameters from the source material. He looked at Harry. Ron's here. Yeah, Ron said from the chair. Not going anywhere. Harry looked at all of them, at the faces that had been in this room for days, each carrying different things, each choosing, each day, to stay. He felt the warmth of it and let himself feel it fully, without the pain response conditioning to punish him for it, without the martyrdom compulsion to redirect it toward noble self-expenditure. Just the clean, real warmth of people choosing to be present with you. Then he looked at the window, at the morning sky above the grounds, and found the fragment in his scar and looked at it. It was small. Frightened, almost, in the reactive way that mindless things were frightened, registering threat, reaching for stability. He felt its reaching and was, very clearly, not moved by it. Ready, he said. 3, Bill said. Harry felt Bill's wand engage with the fragment's boundary, a specific, focused magical touch, surgical, identifying the outer edge of the lodged presence, and the moment he felt the engagement he pushed. The fragment resisted, exactly as promised. It pushed back, reached deeper, tried to press further into the scar tissue, into the foundation of the connection, and Harry pushed back steadily, clearly, with the full clarity of someone who knew exactly where they ended and something else began, and it was not close, it was not ambiguous. The line between himself and the fragment was bright and obvious and had always been there under the suppression work and had just never had the room to be expressed. He pushed again and felt the fragment tear loose, not painfully, but with the specific sensation of something that had been attached for 10 years releasing all at once. A pulling sensation, lateral, and then the feeling of the fragment moving, Bill's wand guiding it, containing it, drawing it out and away from the connection point with precise controlled force. The scar blazed. Not painfully, it flared, the lightning bolt shape hot and present for about 3 seconds, vivid and real, and then the heat faded rapidly and what replaced it was a cold so absolute and clean that it felt less like cold and more like the complete absence of something that had been generating warmth for a decade. The room was very still. Got it, Bill said quietly. He was holding a containment vial in his left hand, dark glass, sealed with a rapid binding charm, and inside the glass something moved, not visibly, but perceptibly, the slight unsteadiness of something contained that was not at peace with being contained. Harry put his hand against his forehead. The scar was still there, it would always be there, a physical record of that night in Godric's Hollow. But what had been behind it, the cold specific weight of something foreign lodged in him, was gone. The silence it left was different from the silence the surveillance constructs had left, different from the silence after the conditioning work was removed. Those silences had been the absence of noise. This was the absence of a presence. The very specific quiet of a house that has been occupied for a long time and is finally, simply, yours. Harry, Hermione said. She was holding her diagnostic notes with both hands, her expression doing several things simultaneously. Your scar, the magical signature of the fragment, she stopped. Started again. It's clean. There's no residual. The fragment is completely separated. Harry looked at the vial in Bill's hand. "What happens to it?" he asked. "Destroyed," Bill said. "Carefully, in a controlled environment, with the proper containment protocol." He looked at the vial with the expression of someone holding something that needed to be handled correctly and would be. "But not here, not now. Today I'll take it to the Ministry's containment team." "Good," Harry said. The morning opened up around them, Madame Pomfrey checking Harry's vitals with the thoroughness of a woman who was taking no chances, McGonagall arriving at 9 with a set of robes that were not hospital issue, Bones appearing at 9:30 with the specific energy of someone who had been running on 3 hours of sleep and professional fury and was producing excellent results on both. "The subpoena idea," Bones said, when Harry told her about Snape's suggestion regarding the Malfoy diary. She pulled out her parchment immediately. Her quick quotes quill was already moving. "Broad scope, tangential connection to the inquiry, yes. If I frame it correctly the board will sign off without asking specific questions about what I'm looking for. Lucius Malfoy has 3 items in his private collection that have unclear provenance relative to confiscated object statutes." She was writing as she spoke. "The diary might be among them or it might not. But a sweeping collection review order means I see everything." She paused. "Snape, is there any other location where Voldemort may have stored items?" "The Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton," Snape said, without hesitation, which meant he'd been thinking about this. "His maternal family's property. He visited it before his first fall. He would have considered the ancestral connection significant." "I'll have a team there by this afternoon," Bones said. "Do you have people capable of safe dark object handling?" Harry asked. "After this week," Bones said flatly, "I've promoted 3 people and hired 4 more." The robes McGonagall had brought were simple and dark, well-made, without the embellishment of formal wizarding wear that Harry didn't own and hadn't owned and apparently wasn't going to need. He changed in the bathroom of the hospital wing and looked at himself in the mirror for a moment, thin and small and 11 years old, with a lightning bolt scar on his forehead and eyes that were, he'd been told, his mother's eyes, and a faint warmth in his palms that was going to take some getting used to, and no wand. He was going to need to address the wand situation before the Wizengamot. "McGonagall," he said, coming back out. She looked at him. "Ollivanders," he said. She was quiet for exactly 1 second. "The Wizengamot convenes at 2, she said. "It's 9:45. If we go now, by Fleur directly to Diagon Alley, we have time." "I'd like Ron and Hermione to come," Harry said. McGonagall looked at them, Hermione already standing, Ron grabbing his jacket. She looked at Harry. Something in her expression had the quality it had developed over the last several days, the post-floor sitting quality of a woman who had made a permanent decision about something and was acting from inside that decision. "Come along then," she said. They went by Fleur from the hospital wing fireplace, a brief, disorienting green fire rush and then the cool morning air of Diagon Alley, which smelled of autumn and old magic and the particular dusty sweetness of the apothecary 2 doors down from where they emerged. The alley was quiet at this hour, the shops just opening, a handful of witches and wizards moving unhurriedly between them in the clear late September morning. Ollivanders was a narrow shop with a single wand in a faded window display and a door that opened before Harry had finished climbing the 2 steps to reach it. Mr. Ollivander himself stood in the doorway. He was a pale, silvery-eyed old man with the specific quality of someone who had been waiting, not for long, not impatiently, just in the way that certain very old people were perpetually waiting, oriented towards something just ahead of the present moment. He looked at Harry. His silver eyes moved to the faint glow at Harry's hands and stayed there for a long, still moment. He said. "Earlier than I expected." He opened the door fully. Come in, come in." They filed in. The shop was narrow and tall and packed with wand boxes to the ceiling and smelled of wood shavings and something older, and Ollivander moved behind his counter with the unhurried precision of someone in their native element. "Mr. Potter," he said. "I was at the counter when the news came from the Ministry. The diagnostic findings." He looked at Harry over his measuring tape, which had begun moving on its own to measure Harry's arm. Your mother came to me in 1971. Lily Evans. 10¼ inches, willow, swishy, excellent for charms work. Wonderful witch. The measuring tape wrapped around Harry's wrist. Your father, 1971 as well. James Potter. 11 inches, mahogany, supple, excellent for transfiguration. He reached up to a shelf and drew down a box, then put it back. Drew down another. The wand chooses the wizard, of course. That is the unalterable principle. He looked at Harry directly. But I will tell you something, Mr. Potter, that I have told very few people in 82 years of wand making. He reached up to a shelf that was higher than the others, at the very back of the shop, and brought down a box that was dustier than the rest. There are wands that wait, he said. Not for a particular witch or wizard, I cannot know who will walk in my door. But some wands, a very few, are made in response to a magical signature of sufficient rarity that the wand's components organize themselves around a potential rather than a present fact. A wand that knows, if you will, that it is for someone before that someone exists. He set the dusty box on the counter and opened it. Inside was a wand. Holly, Harry thought immediately, though he didn't know how he knew that. 11 inches, perhaps. The wood was pale and smooth, and at its core there was something that produced the very faint warmth of a living thing even at a distance. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander said. 11 inches. Made in 1939. I made it the year Grindelwald declared himself openly, and I made it because the magical weather that year, there is a weather to magic, Mr. Potter, a pressure and a current, and in 1939 the magical weather told me something was coming that would require a specific answer, and I prepared one. He looked at the wand and then at Harry. It has been waiting for 52 years. Harry reached out and picked it up. The warmth was immediate and complete, not the faint warmth of the morning's exercises, not the careful deliberate warmth of a new skill being practiced. This was recognition. The specific sensation of a thing finding the shape it was made for. Gold light swept the shop. Not a surge, not an explosion, a slow, warm sweep, like sunrise, reaching the corners and the ceiling and the tall stacked shelves of waiting wands, and somewhere in the shop several of the other wands trembled very slightly in their boxes, responding to something that was too large for their specific configurations. Ron's mouth was open. Hermione was holding her notebook against her chest with both hands and her eyes were very bright. Ollivander looked at the light with the expression of a man who had been waiting 52 years for something and was now watching it arrive. Yes, he said quietly. That's the one. How much? Harry said. Ollivander waved a hand. We'll sort the bill out. Some things are not primarily commercial transactions. He looked at Harry with his pale silver eyes. What are you going to do now? Wisingamot at 2, Harry said. Before that, Ollivander said. Harry thought for a moment. He looked at the wand in his hand, warm and present and completely, simply his, and thought about what came before the Wisingamot and what came after it and about the Horcruxes and about Sirius Black and about Voldemort beginning to move in whatever form he currently occupied and about the soul fragment Bill was taking to the Ministry's containment team and about the claiming construct in his bloodline and about the Peveril line and about all the many moving pieces of a situation that was larger than any single afternoon. I'm going to have a conversation I've been putting off, he said. He thanked Ollivander, who nodded with the quiet satisfaction of a man whose longest-running professional obligation had just been fulfilled, and they left the shop into the morning alley. McGonagall was looking at him. Dumbledore, she said. Yes, Harry said. Harry, I'm not going to be managed by him, Harry said. And I'm not going to yell at him. I'm going to have a conversation. He looked at her. But I need what he knows about the remaining Horcruxes. And the only way to get it is to go to him directly and make the case for why giving me that information serves what he actually cares about. Which is defeating Voldemort, McGonagall said. Which is defeating Voldemort, Harry agreed. That part of what he wanted is still true. He just doesn't get to be the one who decides how it happens anymore. The walk back to the flue was brief, and the fire was green and quick, and Hogwarts received them back into its stone warmth with the settled patience of someone very old that had been paying attention. Dumbledore's office was on the 7th floor. Harry went alone, he was clear about this, and Ron and Hermione were clear about not arguing about it, which meant they stood in the corridor on the 6th floor and watched him take the stairs and said nothing, which was the correct thing. The stone gargoyle outside the headmaster's office was not a challenge. It looked at Harry and stepped aside without requiring a password, which said something about the castle's current understanding of the situation. Harry went up. The office was as he'd imagined it, circular, full of strange instruments, portraits of previous headmasters covering the walls, many of them awake and watching him with various degrees of wariness. Fawkes the Phoenix sat on his perch and looked at Harry with eyes that were ancient and warm and knowing, and made a sound that was not quite a song, just a note, clear and brief. Dumbledore was behind his desk. He looked, Harry thought, somewhat diminished, not in presence, not entirely, but in the specific way that powerful men were diminished when the structure that made their power invisible was removed. He looked like an old man who had made very large decisions and was living in the aftermath of them. His eyes were still warm, still complicated. Harry sat in the chair across from him without being invited. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "I'm going to tell you something first," Harry said. "Because I think it matters and because I'm choosing to tell you rather than withhold it, and I want you to understand that the choice is deliberate." Dumbledore waited. "The soul fragment in my scar is gone," Harry said. "Bill removed it this morning." Dumbledore went very still. Then something moved through his face, a complex wave of things, loss and relief and grief and the specific expression of a man watching a plan he built over 10 years become obsolete in a single sentence. "Gone," he said. "Gone," Harry confirmed. "Which means your version of how this ends is no longer the only option on the table." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "And that is, good. I want you to know I understand why you built the plan you built. Voldemort is a real threat. The Horcruxes are a real problem. The prophecy is, whatever it is. I'm not dismissing any of it." Dumbledore was watching him. "But the plan required my death," Harry said. "And you decided that without asking me. And you reinforced that decision with a compulsion and a decade of conditioning, and you let me live in a cupboard under stairs, and you watched my magical development get punished every time it tried to emerge, and you did all of that because you decided that what I was, what I had the potential to be, was too dangerous and too significant to let develop freely." He paused. "And what you actually created," Harry said, "was someone significantly more dangerous than I would have been if you'd just let me be." Dumbledore's expression was very still and very complex. "I know," Dumbledore said. Very quietly. "I know that." "Do you?" Harry said. "Yes." A pause that had the weight of something genuine in it. "I told myself, for 10 years I told myself, that the management was necessary. That the alternative was something the world couldn't contain." He looked at Harry, and the warm sadness in his eyes was, Harry thought, real, probably the realest thing that had been in this room in a long time. What I could not admit to myself was that I was also frightened. Harry waited. "Of you," Dumbledore said. "Of what you represent. The Peveril claim, the prophecy, the sheer magnitude of what you carry in your magical core. I told myself I was protecting the world from a power that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. What I was also doing was protecting myself from the uncertainty of a power I couldn't control." The room was very quiet. Fawkes made the single note again, softer this time. "I know," Harry said. "I am sorry," Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. The apology had the quality of genuine things. It didn't come with an explanation, or a justification, or a request for anything in return. It was just the word, set down. "I know that too," Harry said. "I'm not going to pretend it's enough. It isn't enough. What was done to me isn't the kind of thing that becomes sufficient through apology." He held Dumbledore's gaze. But I'm also not going to spend my life being defined by what you did. So here's what I need from you. He leaned forward in the chair, elbows on knees, and looked at Dumbledore the way he'd been looking at important things all week, clearly, completely, without flinching. The Horcruxes, Harry said. Everything you know. Where they are, what protections they have. All of it. Today. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, for the first time in Harry's presence, he looked, not at Harry, but past him, at the portraits on the wall, at Fawkes on the perch, at the instruments and the books and the accumulated weight of a very long life spent in a building he'd run for 4 decades. The ring is at the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton, he said. It is cursed, there is a curse on the ring itself that is separate from its Horcrux nature. Do not touch it directly. I believe I know how to remove the Horcrux's anchor, but the curse on the stone is complicated. He paused. The locket was stolen from its original hiding place by someone named Regulus Black. Sirius's brother. He died retrieving it. I don't know where the locket is now. Regulus, Harry said. Sirius's brother. Yes. Sirius might know, Harry said. Perhaps, Dumbledore said. The cup, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, is in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. That will require significant negotiation with the goblins. He looked at Harry. There are 2 others that I believe exist but whose nature and location I have only hypothesis, not confirmation. One may be connected to Ravenclaw's diadem. The other, he stopped. The other I believe may be a living creature. A snake. His familiar, if he reconstitutes. How do we destroy them? Harry said. Basilisk venom, Dumbledore said. Fiend fire. The killing curse, though applying it to an object rather than a living thing requires, he stopped. There are other methods. I have notes. Extensive ones. He opened his desk drawer and produced a thick journal, dark leather, and set it on the desk. I was preparing this, I had planned to give it to you eventually. When I felt you were ready. He looked at Harry. I was wrong about when that was. Harry reached across and picked up the journal. It was heavy, dense with writing. One more thing, Harry said, standing. Dumbledore waited. Sirius Black, Harry said. When the Wizengamot reviews his case, and they will, Bones has already filed it, I need you to testify truthfully about what you knew regarding his trial. Or lack of one. Dumbledore was very still. Did you know he didn't get a trial? Harry asked. A pause. Yes, Dumbledore said. Did you push for one? No, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Why, he said. Dumbledore looked at his hands, folded on the desk. Because Sirius Black was difficult, he said quietly. He was, not easily managed. He had strong opinions about methods and means and he did not defer to my judgment with any consistency. He paused. And I convinced myself that his guilt was sufficiently evident. Without a trial, Harry said. Yes. Another decision you made for someone who never got to have a say in it, Harry said. Dumbledore said nothing. Harry picked up the journal and walked to the door. I'll see you at 2, Harry said. At the Wizengamot. He paused with his hand on the door. Testify truthfully. About all of it. That's the one thing I'm asking you to do. He looked back over his shoulder. Not for me. For Sirius. He left. The stairs down were quiet, and Ron and Hermione were waiting at the bottom with the specific posture of people who had been containing their questions through sheer willpower and were reaching the limit. Well? Ron said. Harry held up the journal. Everything he knows about the Horcruxes. He looked at them. And Sirius's brother had the locket. Which means Sirius might know where it is. He started walking down the corridor. Which is one more reason to get him out of Azkaban quickly. "Harry," Hermione said, walking alongside him. "How are you?" Harry considered the question the way he always considered Hermione's questions, seriously, because she asked seriously and deserved a serious answer. "The scar is quiet for the first time in my life," he said. "I have a wand. I know where most of the Horcruxes are. I have an advocate before the Wizengamot. And I talked to Dumbledore and came out the other side." He paused. "I think I'm actually all right." "Good," she said. "And I'm hungry," he said. "Is there time for lunch before 2? "Yes," Ron said immediately, with the enthusiasm of someone for whom this was the most immediately solvable problem in the day. "Definitely yes." "The house elves, there's a kitchen, Hermione, I know you have opinions about that but it's a practical consideration, I'll have opinions about it after lunch," Hermione said, which was, Harry thought, as fair a compromise as anything he'd heard all week. They went down toward the kitchens, and the castle moved around them with its old steady breathing, and the journal in Harry's hand was heavy with someone else's plans for a war that was going to happen anyway, and the wand in his pocket was warm and patient and waiting, and ahead of them the afternoon opened up like something that was going to be very interesting indeed. Chapter 6, Uncaged. The Wizengamot convened at 2 o'clock in a chamber that smelled of old stone and older arguments, and Harry Potter walked into it like he owned the floor. Not aggressively, he wasn't performing confidence, he wasn't making an entrance. He simply walked in the way he'd been walking everywhere since Wednesday morning, which was to say with the specific quality of someone who had stopped adjusting their presence to fit what other people wanted to see. He wore the simple dark robes McGonagall had brought. His wand was in his pocket. His hands were warm. The chamber was circular, tiered seating rising on all sides to a domed ceiling painted with the night sky, not enchanted like Hogwarts ceiling, just painted, painstakingly and long ago, by someone who wanted the people arguing in this room to remember how small their arguments were relative to everything above them. Harry thought it was a good instinct. 50 seats in the upper tiers, most of them filled, witches and wizards in plum-colored robes with silver W's on the left breast, some of them old, some middle-aged, all of them wearing the specific expression of people who had been doing an important job for a long time and were not certain they welcomed disruption to their usual methods. Griselda Marchbanks was already there. She was small and immensely old, old enough that she looked like what a mountain would look like if a mountain were extremely impatient, and she was sitting in the advocate's chair to the left of the central floor with her hands folded on a stack of parchment and the expression of someone who had been waiting for this particular occasion since approximately 1921 and found that it had been worth the wait. She looked at Harry when he walked in and gave him a single nod of acknowledgement that had more authority in it than most people's entire professional careers. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Sit here." He sat. Ron and Hermione were in the public gallery above. McGonagall had gotten them seats in the front row, which involved a brief administrative disagreement with a ministry clerk that McGonagall had won in under 30 seconds. Hermione had her notebook. Ron was sitting very straight with his arms crossed and the expression of someone who had decided that this mattered and was going to treat it accordingly. Snape was not in the gallery. Harry hadn't expected him to be. Snape had come as far as he was coming for now, which was as far as he'd chosen, and Harry respected the difference. Bill was at the ministry's containment facility. The soul fragment was being processed. Amelia Bones stood at the prosecutor's position on the right side of the floor, her parchment organized and her quick quotes quill poised, with the contained, directed energy of a charging river that had been briefly dammed and was about to find out what the dam was made of. Dumbledore was in the defendant's chair in the center of the floor. He was wearing his formal robes, deep blue tonight, embroidered with small silver stars, and he sat in the defendant's chair with the same upright, composed dignity he brought to everything, and he looked, not diminished, exactly, but differently sized than usual. The chamber worked on powerful people that way, Harry suspected. It was designed to. Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden, different from Marcus Ogden, the healer, a cousin twice removed, which was the kind of thing that only happened in a community this small, opened the session with the brisk efficiency of a man who had reviewed the case file twice and had questions of his own that he was keeping carefully off his face. Preliminary motion MLE 1991-0847 PM, he said. The matter of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The motion before this body is for pre-inquiry detention pending the resolution of formal charges relating to the illegal cursing of a minor. Specifically, he consulted his notes, 53 active dark curse signatures placed on the person of Harry James Potter, 48 of which carry the magical fingerprint of the subject of this motion. He looked up. The floor recognizes Advocate Marchbanks for the motion's proponent. Marchbanks stood up. She was not dramatic. She did not build to anything or deploy rhetoric in waves or speak to the gallery. She spoke to the 50 people in the plum robes with the direct precision of a woman who had sat in their seats for 37 years and knew exactly what they needed to hear and in what order. She laid out the case in 12 minutes. The Sorting Hat's testimony, presented in its recorded form, with the hat's magical verification seal confirming authenticity. Marcus Ogden's diagnostic findings, all 53 curses, catalogued, time-stamped, architecturally described. The Veritaserum inquiry transcript, marked at the specific exchanges where Dumbledore confirmed deliberate casting, deliberate suppression, deliberate psychological conditioning. The surveillance construct's purpose. The death linkage. The martyrdom compulsion. She read each point clearly and moved to the next without pausing for reaction. When she sat down, the chamber was very quiet. The opposition advocate, a man named Gideon Crow, who had Dumbledore loyalist written through him like letters through rock candy, stood up and made the case that Harry had expected and Bones had briefed him for. Wartime necessity. Extraordinary threat. The prophecy as context. Voldemort's return as a real and demonstrated danger that required a response outside normal peacetime parameters. He was good. He was organized and he was intelligent and he believed what he was saying, which made him more dangerous than a cynical advocate would have been. He spoke for 20 minutes and several of the 50 plum robes nodded in the ways that specific points landed on people who wanted to be persuaded. Then Marchbanks stood up again. One question, she said. For the body. She looked at the tiered seats. If you agree that extraordinary threat justifies extraordinary measures, and let us say, for the sake of this argument, that it does, who bears the cost? The chamber was quiet. The record before you shows that the cost of Dumbledore's extraordinary measures was borne entirely by a child who was never consulted, who could not be consulted, who was chosen as the instrument of those measures before his first birthday. She paused. The extraordinary threat was real. The extraordinary measures were implemented. And the price was paid in full by someone who had no voice in the transaction. She looked along the tiers. If we accept that this is a permissible framework, that a sufficiently serious threat justifies loading the entire cost onto a single non-consenting person who had no knowledge of the arrangement, then we have said something about this institution, and about this community, that I do not believe most of you are prepared to have said. She sat down. The chamber was quiet for longer this time. Tiberius Ogden looked down at the floor. The motion's proponent has indicated that the primary affected party wishes to address this body. Is there objection? Crow stood. The affected party is 11 years old, the 1879 Covenant, Marchbanks said, without standing, grants full testimonial rights to any minor who is the primary injured party in a matter before this body. The Chief Warlock is aware of this. He is, Ogden said. Mr. Potter. Harry stood up. He walked to the center of the floor and stood where you were supposed to stand, in the round space with the tiers rising on all sides, and looked up at 50 faces looking down at him. I'm not going to tell you what to decide, he said. That's not what I'm here for. His voice was steady and carried in the stone space without effort. I'm here because the Covenant gives me the right to speak and I think it's worth using rights when you have them, because I didn't have any for a long time. He looked along the tiers, the nodders, the skeptics, the carefully neutral faces of the 12 independents. Everything in Advocate Marchbanks' summary is accurate, Harry said. I've lived with all of it for 11 years. The suppression work, the conditioning, the compulsions. I didn't know what any of it was. I just knew that thinking well of myself felt like a headache and that sacrifice felt peaceful in a way that was different from how I'd been told it was supposed to feel. He paused. I thought I was just like that. I thought the headaches were normal. I thought the specific calm I felt about the idea of dying for something was a personality trait. The chamber was very still. None of it was mine, Harry said. It was all installed by a man who decided, before I could walk, that what I was mattered more than who I was. That the instrument was more important than the person. He looked at Dumbledore in the defendant's chair, met his eyes, held them, not with anger, not with performance, just with the clear direct attention of someone who had nothing to hide and no reason to look away. I understand why he thought it was necessary. I'm not going to pretend I don't. The threat was real. It still is. But necessary doesn't mean right. And the fact that it was done out of genuine belief in the necessity doesn't change what it cost. He looked back at the tears. What I want is very straightforward, Harry said. I want the inquiry to be completed thoroughly. I want Sirius Black's case reviewed. He was imprisoned without trial in 1981 and new evidence exists that warrants that review. I want the legal question of what was done to me on record, clearly, so that it cannot be reclassified as exceptional or reframed as acceptable in future cases. He paused. I'm not asking you to destroy Dumbledore. I'm asking you to hold him accountable. There's a difference, and the difference matters. He walked back to his seat. Marchbanks gave him one nod, small and decisive, the nod of someone whose professional assessment of a person had been confirmed. The body voted 23 minutes later. 31 votes for pre-inquiry detention. 19 against. Dumbledore stood when the vote was announced and looked at Harry across the chamber floor, and his expression was the complicated warm sad thing it had been all week, and beneath it now was something Harry hadn't seen before, something that was not quite relief, but adjacent to it. The specific feeling of a man who has been holding something very heavy for a very long time and has just been told to put it down. He was escorted out by 2 ministry officials, not roughly, not with theater, just efficiently, toward the secure facility that pre-inquiry detention meant. He walked without protest. At the door he paused and turned and looked back once, and Harry met his eyes and held them. Then Dumbledore nodded, once, and left. The chamber emptied in stages, the plum robes moving and talking and rustling parchment, and Marchbanks appeared at Harry's side with the swift efficiency of someone half her actual age. Well done, she said. Thank you for the representation, Harry said. Don't thank me yet, she said. The inquiry will take months and Crow is going to fight every step. But the preliminary motion is secured and that's the structural foundation. She looked at him with the mountain patient's eyes. You spoke well. You did the actual work, Harry said. Yes, she said, without false modesty. I did. You provided the case. She picked up her stack of parchment. I'll be in touch tomorrow regarding the inquiry schedule. Make sure you eat. 11-year-olds doing constitutional law should eat regularly. She swept out. Bones was at Harry's side almost immediately, with the specific focused energy of someone who had 3 things to tell him and was ordering them by priority. The little Hangleton team found the Gaunt shack, she said. Ring is confirmed present. 3 cursebreakers are containing it now, they've identified the Horcrux nature and the separate curse on the stone. Bill is being consulted remotely from the containment facility. She paused. Malfoy's subpoena was served an hour ago. We have a team at the manor now. Another pause. And, Sirius, Harry said. The Wisengamot subcommittee for prisoner review convened an emergency session while the main body was deliberating, Bones said. The case was presented. Evidence re-examined. The subcommittee voted unanimously to expedite a formal review hearing, scheduled for, she checked her parchment, tomorrow morning. Harry closed his eyes for 1 second. Opened them. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, Bones confirmed. I need you to understand that the hearing could produce a number of outcomes. The evidence is strong, but what does Sirius need from me for it to produce the right outcome? Harry said. Bones looked at him. Testimony, she said. Specifically, your knowledge of Peter Pettigrew. Whatever you know about the possibility that Pettigrew is alive. Harry thought about the conversation with Snape, about the finger, about Ron's rat. I have a strong hypothesis about where Pettigrew is, Harry said. A very specific one. Bones looked at him with the sharp dark eyes of a woman who had been collecting evidence all week and recognized the weight of a specific hypothesis. Tell me, she said. Harry told her. The expression that crossed Bones' face was one he hadn't seen on her before, the specific expression of someone who had just connected a piece of evidence to a framework in a way that made both suddenly larger. I'll need the rat examined, she said. Tonight, Harry said. Before the hearing. Tonight, Bones agreed, and turned immediately to the ministry official nearest her and began issuing instructions. Ron appeared at Harry's shoulder from the public gallery stairs, with Hermione half a step behind. I heard the tail end of that, Ron said, carefully. About the rat. Ron, Harry said. Ron had gone slightly pale. Scabbers has been in my family for 12 years, he said. I know, Harry said. He was Percy's before mine. I know, Harry said again, and he did know, he knew this was not a small thing for Ron, that Scabbers was a fixture, a given, a constant small warm presence in the tapestry of a family that was large and loud and full of constants. He also knew that if Scabbers was Pettigrew, then Pettigrew had been in the Weasley family for 12 years, sleeping in their home, eating their food, watching their children grow up. He looked at Ron and didn't soften it but also didn't rush it. You don't have to be the one who hands him over, Harry said. Bones can send someone to the castle tonight and Scabbers can be examined without you having to. No, Ron said. No, I'll do it. He squared his shoulders, and in the squaring of them Harry saw the specific quality of Ron Weasley being fully Ron Weasley, not enjoying this, not comfortable with it, but committed to the thing being done correctly because the correct thing mattered more than the comfortable thing. If it's him, we need to know. And if we need to know, then we go and we find out. He looked at Harry. Now. Now, Harry said. They went back to Hogwarts through the ministry flue, and the castle received them in the early evening light, long September shadows through the high windows, the smell of dinner beginning to drift up from the kitchens. Madame Pomfrey met them at the hospital wing. Harry had defaulted to the hospital wing as his base because nobody had yet sorted out the formal dormitory situation and it had been his ground for a week and felt like his ground in a way that Gryffindor Tower, which he hadn't technically entered yet, did not. She looked at him with professional assessment and said, "Sit," and he sat, and she did a brief diagnostic that was nothing like the 4-hour procedure from Tuesday but was her specific way of establishing that he was still in one piece. Adequate, she said, which was apparently the word of the week. Eat something before you do anything else. Griselda Marchbanks told me the same thing, Harry said. Griselda Marchbanks is correct about most things, Madame Pomfrey said. I'll send up dinner. Ron went to get Scabbers and was back in 15 minutes, holding the rat with the specific careful gentleness of someone who was being kind to a thing they were increasingly unsure deserved it. A Ministry Magical Creatures Examiner arrived by flue 11 minutes after Bones sent the request, a young woman named Proudfoot who had the brisk professional energy of someone who had been told this was urgent and had decided to take that seriously. She ran the examination on Scabbers with a wand and a glass diagnostic plate and a small amount of a liquid Harry didn't recognize, and the result took approximately 90 seconds. Registered animagus, unregistered, technically, since there's no record of this individual on the registry, Proudfoot said, with the precise neutrality of someone reading a blood pressure result. Human male. Transformation appears to have been sustained for at least, she looked at her plate, 11 years continuous. She looked at Ron. I'll need to take the animal into ministry custody. Ron was looking at Scabbers with the expression of someone who has just had a large and complicated thing confirmed, the specific face of reality landing somewhere you'd been hoping it wouldn't. He held Scabbers out to Proudfoot without hesitating, and Proudfoot took the rat efficiently into a secure containment case that she produced from her kit. "He'll be held securely," Proudfoot said. "Until the hearing tomorrow confirms identification." "He won't escape?" Ron asked. "No," Proudfoot said, and there was a faint quality in her voice of someone who found the question reasonable and was committed to the answer. "He won't." Ron watched the case close. 12 years, Ron said, very quietly, after Proudfoot had taken the case and left. "He was in my room for 12 years. "I know," Harry said. "He slept on my pillow sometimes." "Ron. That's disgusting," Ron said, with the specific outrage of someone arriving at a particular dimension of a horrible truth. "That's deeply, personally disgusting." Harry almost smiled. "Almost." "Yeah," he said. Ron looked at him. Then he picked up a bread roll from the dinner Madame Pomfrey had sent up and ate half of it in one bite, which appeared to be his method of processing things, and that was entirely fair. Hermione was at the window, her notebook in her lap, and she was not writing in it. She was looking out at the grounds with the expression she wore when she had finished processing something and was now simply present with it, not solving, just being. "The Horcruxes," she said. "For accounted for," Harry said. "The ring, the diary, the locket, Sirius's brother had it, which means Sirius might know where it ended up, and the scar, which is handled. 2 more plus the snake." He paused. "The diadem, if it's in the castle, we can find it. The snake is Voldemort's, when he reconstitutes, the snake will be with him." He paused. "Nagini. You know her name?" Hermione said. "From the scar connection," Harry said. Before Bill removed the fragment, there were impressions, sometimes. Flashes. I didn't understand what they were before this week." He paused. "I know some things about Voldemort's current state that might be useful." "Tell Bones," Hermione said. "Tomorrow," Harry said. "After Sirius's hearing." Hermione nodded, turned back to the window. They ate dinner in the hospital wing, the 3 of them, and it was a genuinely good dinner because the Hogwarts kitchens were extraordinary when applied to the problem of hungry people who had been having a difficult week, and at some point McGonagall came in and sat down and ate with them, which was either unprecedented or simply what McGonagall did when the institutional formalities of the week had been adequately handled and she had decided she was, for the moment, just a person who'd been through something and could sit with other people who'd been through the same something. She told them, over what appeared to be an excellent shepherd's pie, that the Board of Governors had convened an emergency meeting and had voted to appoint her as acting headmistress pending the inquiry's resolution, which meant the school would open fully on Monday, and the first years would be sorted, the sorting hat having sent up a memo, in the hat's somewhat archaic written style, confirming its willingness to resume duties now that the situation had been resolved, and Hogwarts would do what Hogwarts did, which was run. "Your house assignment stands," she told Harry. "Gryffindor." The hat was quite definitive. "I know," Harry said. "Your dormitory is available whenever you'd like to use it," she said. "Messrs. Weasley, Longbottom, Finnegan, and Thomas are already in residence. They've been briefed, broadly, by various routes." She paused. "Mr. Longbottom in particular has expressed, he was quite earnest about it. He said," she paused again, and something in her expression softened in a way that McGonagall's expression rarely did. "He said he wanted you to know that he thought you were very brave." Harry thought about Neville Longbottom, whom he hadn't yet met properly, who had apparently been following the week's events from a Gryffindor dormitory and had his own particular relationship with loss and violence and adults making decisions about children without asking them first. "I'll introduce myself properly," Harry said. "He'd like that," McGonagall said. The evening wound down the way evenings wound down after very large days, the specific gentle decompression of things that had been wound tight beginning, cautiously, to loosen. Ron wrote a second letter to his mother, longer than the first, and this time when he described what he was writing he said, "I told her about the Wisengamot. And about the vote." He paused. "And about Pettigrew." How do you think she'll take it? Hermione asked. The Pettigrew part? Ron thought about it. Mom grew up hearing that Sirius Black was the worst kind of traitor. The idea that it was actually Pettigrew, he paused. She'll need a minute. But then she'll be furious at the right person. He looked at his letter. She always gets there. The next morning arrived clear and cold and very bright, the kind of September morning that was functioning as an argument for the season, and Harry was up at 6 and showered and dressed before anyone else moved, and he stood at the window of the hospital wing for the last time, because today he was going to move to the dormitory, properly, with his trunk that had been sitting in a corner since Tuesday, and looked at the grounds and the lake and the morning light on everything, and held his wand loosely in his right hand. He pointed it at nothing in particular and said, quietly, Lumos. The tip of the wand lit with a warm, steady gold light that had nothing in it of the white-blue precision of standard Lumos, but was simply, his magic, expressed through the wand it had been waiting for, doing the most basic thing magic did. He stood in the warm gold light and felt entirely himself, and thought about what that meant in a way he hadn't been able to think about it before. He had spent 11 years as other people's idea of what he was supposed to be. The Dursley's burden. Dumbledore's instrument. The wizarding world's symbol. The prophecy's subject. He had been described and categorized and planned for and designed around without ever being simply a person who existed and could decide what to do with the fact of his own existence. He was 11 years old and he was starting school and there was a war coming that he hadn't chosen but was going to be in regardless, and there were Horcruxes to find and a Wisengamot inquiry to navigate and a godfather to get out of prison and an entire world that was already watching him and had opinions about what he should do with himself. And all of that was real, and all of it mattered. But it was his. Not designed for someone else's purposes. Not engineered toward a predetermined end. His, to navigate at his own pace, with his own methods, with the people he'd chosen rather than the ones who'd been positioned around him, and toward goals that were genuinely his and not the residue of a compulsion placed on him in infancy. He was going to find the Horcruxes and destroy them, not because he was supposed to but because it was the right thing to do and because he was, it turned out, extremely well suited to the task. He was going to see Sirius freed, not because Sirius was his godfather and the world expected a particular narrative arc but because Sirius hadn't gotten a trial and that was simply wrong and things that were simply wrong needed correcting. He was going to learn magic, real magic, all of it, with no suppressors and no conditioning and no artificial ceiling on what he could reach, not because anyone needed him to but because it was extraordinary and he wanted to. He was going to, eventually, have a conversation with Voldemort that had a conclusion different from the one Dumbledore had engineered. But first. The hearing. He extinguished the wand light and turned away from the window. Ron was awake, sitting up in bed with his hair in approximately 11 directions, looking at Harry with the specific early morning face of someone who was not yet fully operational but was committed to being present anyway. Sirius today, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. You ready? Harry thought about it. The real version of the question, not the rhetorical one. Was he ready to walk into a Wisengamot subcommittee and make the case for a man he'd never met who was his godfather and who had been in Azkaban for 10 years for something he didn't do, whose case hinged partly on the examination of a rat that had been sleeping on Ron's pillow, whose freedom depended on people in plum robes deciding to extend credibility to a story that strained the comfortable version of events? Yes, Harry said. Hermione appeared in the doorway, already dressed, with her notebook and 3 books and the expression of someone who had been awake for an hour and had been doing preparatory work. She looked at the two of them and said, the subcommittee is 7 people. Bones will be presenting. Marchbanks is available if needed but thinks the case is strong enough without her. She stepped fully into the room. The Pettigrew examination confirmed Animagus transformation. That's the cornerstone. Everything else supports it. She paused. The critical question is whether the subcommittee will accept that a Pettigrew who faked his death and framed Sirius is more plausible than a Sirius who is simply guilty. One of them requires believing that Dumbledore's immediate assessment of the situation in 1981 was incorrect, Harry said. And the Wizengamot is currently in a mood regarding Dumbledore's assessments. Hermione paused. That's a fair point, she said. Good morning, Ron said, to no one in particular. They ate breakfast in the Great Hall for the first time since the sorting, because Madame Pomfrey had discharged Harry officially that morning with the specific energy of someone who loved her work but was glad to have her ward back to the manageable number of people it usually contained. The Great Hall was full, students at their house tables, the enchanted ceiling showing the brilliant clear September morning, the faint sounds of hundreds of people starting their day together in the way that was particular to places where people lived and ate and existed in close proximity and grew, over time, into the specific community of shared space. The first years were sorted out, Harry noted, to their tables. Someone had run a quiet secondary sorting at some point, probably Wednesday night after the chaos settled, probably with the hat in a much less traumatic configuration. A small red-haired girl he didn't recognize was at the Gryffindor table nearest the door, talking animatedly to a boy with a round face who Harry recognized as Neville Longbottom from McGonagall's description, earnest and bright-eyed and currently watching Harry walk in with an expression that was visibly trying to be casual and not quite achieving it. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down across from Neville. Harry Potter, he said. You're Neville. Neville nodded, twice, with the rapid enthusiasm of someone whose neck was operating independently of normal self-consciousness protocols. Neville Longbottom, he said. I know. I mean, I know who you are, obviously, but I didn't, I wanted to say, he stopped. Tried again. What you did. At the Wizengamot yesterday. I heard about it. We all heard about it. And I think you were really, brave. Harry said. I was going to say right, Neville said. I think you were right. He paused. Being brave is fine. Being right is better. Harry looked at him, at the round honest face and the bright eyes and the specific quality of a person who had thought carefully about something and was saying exactly what they'd concluded. He thought about what he knew of Neville's parents, the Longbottoms, tortured to insanity in the war by Bellatrix Lestrange and her associates, and about what Neville carried every day in the specific quiet way that people carried things they'd been carrying since before they could name them. Yeah, Harry said. It is. He picked up a piece of toast. Sit with us. Neville's face did something very warm and tried to be casual about it and didn't quite manage that either, and he shifted his plate along and Ron sat beside Harry and Hermione settled across from them both with her books already open at her elbow because Hermione's relationship with mealtimes was fundamentally not about meals. And they ate breakfast in the Great Hall with the September morning pouring through the high windows and the enchanted ceiling showing the clear sky. The hearing convened at 10. It was smaller than the Wizengamot session, 7 people, a round table, Bones at one end with her evidence, a ministry advocate on the other side who Marchbanks had assessed as competent but not brilliant, which was the legal equivalent of a mild threat. Harry sat in the witness position and answered the questions he was asked clearly and directly and without softening anything, and the subcommittee asked intelligent questions and Bones was formidable and the animagus examination results were presented and confirmed and the evidence was, in the end, what it was. They deliberated for 22 minutes. 7-0 for immediate release pending full pardon proceedings. Harry was sitting in the corridor outside the hearing room when the result came through, and when Bones opened the door and looked at him and nodded once, he sat very still for a moment and felt, something that was simple and very large and didn't need a complicated name. Something that was approximately, good. That's right. That's what should have happened. When, he said. They're processing the release order now, Bones said. He'll be transported from Azkaban to St. Mungo's for evaluation, standard procedure for long-term prisoners. That'll take a few hours. She paused. He may not be, he will need time. Azkaban is, she stopped. Looked at Harry steadily. He may not be immediately the person you hope he is. Azkaban does things to people. He'll need care, and time, and space. I know, Harry said. But he asked, through the hearing liaison, Bones said carefully, whether you would come. When he's settled. Whether you'd come to see him. Harry looked at the corridor ceiling, plain stone, just stone, none of the enchantments. Yes, he said. Of course. I thought so, Bones said. He was back at Hogwarts by noon. He spent the afternoon in a strange, quiet way that felt like the afternoon after a storm, the specific quality of everything being very still and the air very clean and the world making a sound like it was catching its breath. He did something he hadn't done once in the last week, which was simply walk around the castle without destination. Through corridors that smelled of chalk and old wood and the particular warm stone of a very old building that had been lived in continuously for 1,000 years. Up staircases that moved and apologized with what seemed like genuine contrition. Past portraits that watched him go with various degrees of curiosity. He found himself, eventually, in front of the mirror. Not the mirror of Eriste, he wouldn't encounter that until winter, he thought, and wasn't sure what it would show him now anyway, which felt like a question worth sitting with rather than rushing toward. This was just a mirror in a third-floor corridor, ordinary, slightly wavy in the old way of glass that had been around long enough to warp, in a carved wooden frame. He looked at himself in it. The same thin face. The same green eyes, which were Lily Potter's eyes, which he'd been told about enough times that he'd stopped registering it and was only now, looking at himself in the wavy glass of a third-floor mirror, actually feeling what it meant to have something that was hers, kept somewhere visible. The lightning bolt scar, still there, still just a scar. The faint warmth at his hands, present but subtler now, the way things were when they'd settled from novelty into nature. He looked like himself. He didn't know yet, entirely, what that meant, but he looked like himself, and that was a thing that could only have been said, in its current full sense, for about a day and a half. Ron's voice came around the corridor corner before Ron did. There you are. Hermione's found something in the library that she's characterizing as extremely significant, and you know what that means. I do, Harry said, turning from the mirror. Ron appeared around the corner looking slightly out of breath and holding a book that Hermione had apparently sent him to retrieve from somewhere, which said something about the efficiency of Hermione's current operational network. She says it's about the Ravenclaw diadem. She thinks it might be in the castle. It probably is, Harry said. Ron stopped. You knew. I had a hypothesis, Harry said. Based on the scar impressions. Before Bill removed the fragment. Voldemort was in this castle once, before his first fall. He came here. He wanted something from Dumbledore, and when Dumbledore refused him he hid something. The castle has a room. It's full of things people have hidden over centuries. Ron stared at him. And you were going to tell us this, when there was time, Harry said. And now there's time. He started walking. Show me where Hermione is. They found her in a corner of the library that smelled of very old parchment and was lit by a single lamp that she'd angled precisely to illuminate the pages she was reading, the specific habitat of a person in their native element. She looked up when they arrived and turned the book toward Harry. Room of requirement, she said, pointing to a passage. Or something functionally equivalent to it. The castle has several spaces that operate on similar principles. Come and go room, some sources call it. Room of hidden things. She looked at him. If Voldemort hid something in this castle, the room of hidden things is the most likely location. Agreed, Harry said. We could look today, Hermione said, with the careful air of someone who was suggesting something and was monitoring for whether the suggestion was appropriate given everything else. Or we could wait. Harry thought about it. He thought about the week, the hat's scream, the diagnostic, the Veritaserum inquiry, the load-bearing removals, the soul fragment, the Wisengamot, the hearing, the wavy mirror in the third-floor corridor and his own face in it. He thought about the war that was coming, Voldemort reforming, the Horcruxes, the Death Eaters, all the machinery of a conflict that had been building since before he was born and would need to be dismantled piece by piece, and about how the dismantling was going to take time and effort and intelligence and the specific kind of stubborn practical courage that was, apparently, what Gryffindor was actually about when it was about something real. Today, he said. After dinner. We find the room, we see if the diadem is there, and if it is we flag it for Bones. He looked at them both. But we do it together. Ron grinned, the full one, the real one, the one Harry had seen in glimpses all week, but that was at full force now, bright and complete and entirely itself. Obviously together, Ron said. I'm not going into a magical room full of hidden things on my own. Hermione closed the book with the satisfaction of someone who had found the thing she was looking for and was now ready to move to the next phase. After dinner, she said. I'll have a full location search protocol ready by then. She paused. Also, I wrote to my parents this morning, she said, a touch more quietly. I told them what this week has been. The real version. Harry looked at her. How are they taking it? They're coming to visit on the first Hogsmeade weekend, she said. My mother said she wanted to meet you. A pause. She said you sounded like someone who had been through something real and come out the other side of it, and she wanted to know what that looked like. Harry thought about a Muggle woman making that observation about him from the contents of a letter. What did you say he looked like? He asked. Like himself, Hermione said simply. After dinner they went to the 7th floor. The corridor with the Trolls in Tutus tapestry was where Hermione's research had pointed, and Harry stood in front of the blank wall and thought about what he needed, not abstractly, but specifically, the particular focused intention that seemed to be part of how this worked, and walked past the wall 3 times in the way the text had described, and the door appeared. Not dramatically. It was just there, a door in a wall that had been wall, as simple as that. Harry opened it and went in. The room of hidden things was extraordinary. There was no other word, or rather there were many words but none of them individually was adequate, so the word extraordinary had to carry the weight of all of them. It was the size of a cathedral, filled floor to ceiling with the accumulated secrets of 1,000 years of Hogwarts students and teachers and other visitors, a geography of hidden things that was navigable only with patience and some spatial reasoning and, as it turned out, the specific magical sense Harry had been developing all week. He felt the diadem before he saw it. It was somewhere in the middle of the room, toward the back, and the sense of it was, wrong, in the specific way that a Horcrux was wrong, the way the diary had been wrong when he'd held it briefly in the hospital wing after Bones' team retrieved it from Malfoy, the way the scar had been wrong for his entire life. A wrongness that was distinct from the ordinary wrongness of discarded things, specific and intentional and dark. This way, he said, and walked between towering stacks of broken furniture and rolled-up carpets and boxes of things that hummed with old magic, and Hermione and Ron followed, and the diadem was where he'd sensed it, on a stone bust, draped there casually, glinting in the dim light with the particular beauty of things that were old and well-made and terrible. He didn't touch it. Horcrux? Hermione asked, even though she already knew the answer, the same way you confirm things you already knew to make sure the knowing was shared. Yes, Harry said. We flag it for Bones, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. Don't touch it, don't move it, we tell Bones exactly where it is and let the containment team handle it. He looked at the diadem on the bust and thought about Voldemort placing it here, young and ambitious and already so far gone into the choices that had made him Voldemort, hiding a fragment of his soul in this room full of other people's abandoned things as though it were just one more thing to be hidden and forgotten. It's almost sad, Hermione said quietly. Almost, Harry agreed. They left it there and went back into the corridor, and the door vanished behind them as naturally as it had appeared, and they stood in the 7th floor corridor in the evening quiet of the castle and looked at each other. That's 5, Harry said. Ring, diary, locket, somewhere, Sirius will know, diadem, and the scar. 2 left. The cup in the Lestrange vault and the snake. He paused. Nagini can't be dealt with until Voldemort reconstitutes. And the cup needs goblin cooperation. He looked at Hermione. How do you feel about an interesting problem regarding goblin-wizard relations and the ethics of bank vaults? Hermione looked at him with the expression she'd been looking at him with all week, the recalibrating one, the one that said she was updating her understanding of something in real time and finding the update satisfactory. I feel like it's an interesting problem that we have a year or two to solve before it becomes urgent, she said. Agreed, Harry said. They walked back toward the Gryffindor Tower, and the castle moved around them in its old deliberate way, staircases shifting and portraits commenting and the torches throwing warm shadows on the walls, and the evening was the specific gentle kind that came at the end of days that had been very full, when the fullness had settled into a shape that could be held. Harry thought about Sirius in St. Mungo's, being evaluated, beginning the long process of returning to himself after 10 years in Azkaban. He thought about visiting him, which he would do as soon as Bones confirmed it was appropriate, and about what a person looked like who had been told they were being freed after a decade of imprisonment, and about whether Sirius knew yet that Pettigrew was alive and confirmed and that the evidence was clean and the pardon was moving. He thought about his parents, not for the first time this week, but in a new way. Not the martyr parents of the story he'd grown up with, the noble sacrifice, the beautiful death. Just, people. James and Lily, who had been 21 when they died, who had been young and afraid and in love and who had tried to protect their son. He didn't have them and would not have them, and the grief of that was real and present in his, without the martyrdom compulsion to redirect it or the conditioning to soften it into something useful. He held it, the way he'd held everything this week, because it was his. The fat lady was snoozing when they arrived at the portrait hole, and Ron said the password, Caput Draconis, which McGonagall had distributed to Gryffindors on Tuesday, and she harumphed herself awake and opened, and Harry climbed through the portrait hole into Gryffindor Tower. The common room was warm and red and gold and full of students reading and playing chess and talking and doing the ordinary work of an evening in a place where people lived. Several faces turned when Harry came in. He was recognizable, always recognizable, and this week especially the recognition had a particular weight to it, but tonight it was different from how it had been all week in the rest of the castle. Here it was, interested, yes, watching, yes, but also somehow less formal. Because here they were just students and he was just a student too, even if he was a student who'd had an unusual first week. A boy with blonde hair and a slightly dreamy expression looked up from a game of exploding snap and waved, which Harry returned with a nod, not sure who that was. Longbottom's already asleep, Ron whispered, which turned out to be optimistic because Neville was in the chair nearest the fire and very much awake and waved in the rapid enthusiastic way he apparently waved at people he'd decided were important. Harry waved back. Then he sat in the other chair by the fire and let the warmth of it settle into his hands and his shoulders and the back of his neck, and Hermione sat across from him with her books and Ron disappeared upstairs and came back with a chess set that he set up on the table between them without asking, because some things didn't need to be asked. White or black? Ron said, settling into his chair. Harry looked at the pieces. White, he said. Bold choice, Ron said, and moved his first piece. Harry moved his. Outside the tower windows the September night was complete and clear, stars sharp and abundant, the ground silver and dark below, the lake holding the reflection of the moon with the steady patience of deep water. The castle breathed around them. The fire crackled. Somewhere across the city, in a room at St. Mungo's, a man with grey-streaked hair and hollow eyes was being told that a vote had been taken and a rat had been examined and a boy he hadn't seen since infancy had stood in front of the Wisengamot and said that the right thing was the right thing, and that this specific wrong thing was being corrected. Somewhere in Little Hangleton, a containment team was carefully and methodically working on a ring. Somewhere in a dark glass vial at a ministry facility, something small and cold and finally separate from the person it had lodged in for a decade was being prepared for permanent dissolution. Somewhere in Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy was discovering that a sweeping subpoena was a very effective instrument when wielded by someone who knew exactly what they were looking for. Harry moved his knight and watched Ron's face and thought about none of it and all of it simultaneously, the way you thought about things when you were finally, after a very long and eventful and strange first week at school, simply sitting in a chair by a fire being a person. You're going to lose, Ron said, studying the board. Probably, Harry said. I've never played chess properly. I'll teach you, Ron said, with the uncomplicated generosity of someone for whom teaching things they were good at was a natural expression of affection. There are patterns. Once you understand the patterns you can see the whole board. Harry looked at the board, the pieces in their positions, the openings and threats and possibilities spread out across 64 squares, the whole complex, beautiful problem of it. "Yeah," he said. "Show me." Ron began to explain, and Harry listened, and the fire was warm, and outside the window the stars were very far away and very bright and entirely indifferent, and in the deep old foundation of the castle the sovereign claim on the Peveril bloodline settled into its new configuration, not a marker on something absent, not a claim waiting to be filled, but a recognition of something present and actual and fully itself. Harry Potter was 11 years old. He had been cursed before he could walk, and freed before he turned 12. He was the most powerful untrained magical person in Britain, the legitimate heir of an 800-year-old magical tradition, the godson of a man being released from wrongful imprisonment, the friend of two people who were going to be impossible to get rid of and didn't want to be, and the student of a school that was going to have a great deal of interesting difficulty in the coming years keeping up with what he was capable of. He was also, right now, losing at chess. He moved his queen into an objectively indefensible position, and Ron immediately explained why this was a mistake, and Hermione looked up from her book long enough to agree with Ron's assessment, and Harry listened to both of them and looked at the board with the open, patient attention of someone who was in no hurry, who had time, who had all the time in the world that was his and nobody else's. He had a lot to learn. He was going to enjoy every bit of it.